all the buzzworthy products sweeping social media and influencer trends.
And I'm Shop All Day contributor Jen Fallick, and I love finding the best versions of everyday items in Better Basics.
This is Shop All Day, January Reset. Hi, I'm Chassie Post, and we're back today with another episode of Shop All Day. Happy New Year, everyone. You know the saying, New Year, New You. Well, it's true. For many, January is about resolutions and resets, and we have you covered. From the latest kicks making their mark all over social media to must-have elevated everyday items that will add ease to your routine, whether your new goals are in the kitchen or the gym. And remember, see that QR code at the bottom of your screen? You can use the camera on your smartphone to scan it for instant access to the products on the show today, or you can text SHOP to the number below to shop all the products we're sharing with you today. So let's get to it. Let's start with beauty in the new year. So this bestseller from Kiehl's can help give your under eye a new lease in 2022. This is their creamy avocado eye treatment, and all I can say is thank you. It may be small in size, but it sure packs a big hydrating punch. It is just so creamy and so rich, and it's really perfect for this time of year when we're all combating drier skin. And what I love about it is it has ingredients like avocado oil and beta carotene and even shea butter. So there's a lot to love with this little Kiehl's eye treatment. Next, it's winter, and we know the feeling of dry hands. So if giving your nails a little TLC is part of your list of beauty resolutions, this cuticle oil is for you. So it's called the Cuccio Natural Milk and Honey Cuticle Oil, and it's actually made with cold pressed oils and vitamins that is designed to blend and help give intense hydration to your cuticles and your nails, whether they're brittle or cracking or just super dry. But one of my favorite things about this cuticle oil is that you can also use it on your skin. And we're washing our hands all the time these days, so that's really helpful. Now, I am really excited about this next one, which I've personally tried. I mean, talk about an easy skin upgrade for the new year. This is the IT Cosmetics CC Plus Cream with SPF 50, and this is a multitasking cult favorite wonder. And it's essentially a tinted moisturizer, or I guess you could call it even a moisturizing foundation. And I've always really been excited about the idea of a tinted moisturizer, but I've never really been able to find one that had the right amount of coverage. So when I tried this little CC Plus cream, I cannot tell you, it was like a eureka moment. It gave me almost instantaneous full coverage, but it felt really, really light, and it didn't look like I was wearing a ton of makeup. Also, it comes in 12 different shades. Okay, New Balance has once again taken the sneaker world by storm with one of the hottest, most talked about sneaker designs of the past 2 years. Sneaker fans, meet the New Balance 327, and it is seriously stylish. It actually launched on the runways in Paris. And what people are loving so much about this sneaker is its retro style. It's got a total 70s vibe. But what's so cool about it is it's made with high-tech materials, so you're getting that retro vibe and modern day comfort. It's angular, it's got great suede details. I love the sole. It's pretty much a platform, and who doesn't like a little lift? And I think one of my favorite things about the 327 is all the great colors. Today we've got this bold orange with the forest green logo, this lavender with the metallic silver, and these purple, which really to me look like Very Perry, which is the Pantone color of the year for 2022. Now, this next one is something that I hadn't seen before. It's an exciting new take on the puffer, and you're gonna wanna add this to your winter uniform this year. It's from Old Navy, and it's called the Packable Half Zip Water Resistant Quilted Jacket. First of all, it can do a really cool party trick, which I'll show you in a minute. This material is so warm, it's so light, it's not bulky, and I am so jazzed about the silhouette. It's oversized, which we're seeing so much of now. It's got the great drop shoulder, and it's long. It really hits at a flattering place on the hip. Plus, it's got the high-low hem, longer in the back. So this gives you a little bit more coverage. It looks great with leggings, and it's really versatile. You can easily layer this. Now, let me show you the party trick that I mentioned. See this little pocket here? This entire jacket can fold down and fit into this little pocket. So it's packable. So you can throw it in your bag and go. It's great for travel. It'll fit in your suitcase. This is a really cool jacket. Now, another useful cold weather piece to invest in this new year, the puffer vest. Layer it, live in it, or just love it. You'll want to wear this versatile down vest from Land's End every chance you get. Talk about an affordable upgrade. I cannot get over the price on this one. And this little vest has style and substance. Let's talk about these bold colors. They are so on trend. I don't know which one I like best. Plus, these are actually really flattering, and they have a couple of cool features. First of all, they're tailored, but secondly, they have this shape-enhancing stitching. So see this stitching here? They kind of look like rectangles. That's called baffling. So if you notice on the front, it is a wider baffling. On the side, the stitching and the baffling is more narrow, so it gives this slimming optical illusion. So we talked about the style, now let's talk about the substance. These babies are made with genuine 600 fill power down, so that means weightless warmth. Yep, 3 cheers for these little puffer vests. They really do elevate the everyday. Last but not least, let's talk about one of my all-time favorite solutions to looking cool while staying comfy, the sweat set. So let me tell you what I love about the set. So each of these are fantastic in their own right. We've got a crew neck top with a sort of oversized silhouette. It's cropped, it's flattering. We've got the new high-waisted jogger, but when you put these two together, you get an outfit. Suddenly, you've got instant elevation. It looks so stylish. It even almost looks like a jumpsuit. And what I love so much about this is we're still super comfy. We're still wearing sweats, but it kind of doesn't look like it. And these crew necks and joggers are so incredibly soft. They're made out of a French terry, and Gap has even used this great washing technique that makes these feel like they're vintage or well-loved. So when you put them on for the first time, they kind of feel like you're already wearing your favorite pair of sweats. So I'm really loving all the fun fashion-forward colors, and I can't wait to get in my sweat set and enjoy 2022. Let's run through all the products one more time. We've got the Kiehl's Creamy Avocado Eye Treatment, the Cuccio Natural Milk and Honey Cuticle Oil, the IT Cosmetics CC Plus Cream with SPF, the New Balance 327 sneakers, the Old Navy Packable Half-Zip Water-Resistant Quilted Jacket, the Land's End Puffer Vest, and the Gap Sweat Set. That's it for Style Finder. Up next, Mako and Lovu is talking to trend expert Brittany Levine about her favorite items to stock up on for the new year. And later, Jen Fallick tackles more must-haves, whether your resolutions involve the kitchen or the gym. Don't go away.
This is what it looks and feels
What's the latest development? The bigger piece of the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
You get one beautiful life to live. Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold. We have this circle of women that love each other. This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric. Love ya. I love you too.
This is what it looks and
From the
feels
storm zone.
Bigger piece of the puzzle comes. New numbers just out this morning.
like. Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments.
We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
You get one beautiful life to live. Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold. We have this circle of women that love each other. This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric. Love ya. I love you too.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
You get one beautiful life to live. Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold. We have this circle of women that love each other. This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric. Love ya. I love you too.
This is what it looks and
From the
feels.
storm zone.
Bigger piece of the puzzle comes. New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments.
We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Hi there, welcome back. I'm Makon Jovu, and this is Influencer Trends, where I'll be talking to industry insiders, and they'll share their favorite products and the must-have items to shop for right now. And don't forget the QR code at the bottom of your screen. Use the camera on your smartphone and scan it to shop these products, or you can text SHOP to the number below to shop all the products we're sharing with you today.
Today's show is all about kicking off the new year with a reset. Style and trend expert Brittany Levine is here to help us start 2022 right.
Brittany, it's so good to see you. Did you have a good holiday?
Yes, it's so good to see you too, Mako. It was wonderful, well-rested, and now I'm ready to dive into January and everything that means, right?
Yes, absolutely. Now, before we get into January reset, let's talk about the fact that you have this adorable baby boy. Did you enjoy the holidays? Did you do anything special?
Yes, well, we were able to go down and get a little warm weather with him, and it was just great to spend the time with family and just have everyone around being healthy and safe. So that was really cool. Did you have a good holiday too?
I did. It was really nice to be with family just like you. So because this is all about the January reset, Brittany, I'm just curious to know, do you have any specific traditions that you had at the top of the year?
I do like to do some things in terms of resetting, my meal prep. I like to start really doing clean eating, and then also trying to get as organized as possible, because I feel like when you are organized and things are all settled around you, you work harder, you do better. So that for me, it's like little things that help me get more done along the way.
So let's start with the first item. This was great. Tell me all about them.
Well, you know how when you are taking your vitamins and your supplements, they're in these really ugly packages and they hurt your hands. But what Mumi has done, this company, is created these color-coded packages here that are by day. So you have every day of the week in a specific color, you put your vitamins and supplements in there, and you throw them in your bag, and they're airtight, they're really perfect to keep everything nice and clean. And I just love these because it keeps them all together. It keeps them organized. And that way you know exactly what you're supposed to be taking on each day. And this is all from Mumi Design. They have some great pill pouches in larger sizes and smaller ones too.
Okay, let's move on to the next item. One of the things I love to do during the course of the year is get my nails done, but it's expensive to go to the salon and so time consuming, and you've got this great solution. So tell me about the Mani Rescue Kit.
Yes, okay, so this is from Gloss Lab. They've created their proprietary kits here that really are aimed to just save every issue that you have with your nails. This is a Mani Rescue Kit. kit. So if you have a chip, if you need a little bit extra polish, if you need to smooth something out, they have everything in that kit there for you. That just comes in these cute little pouches. So again, something easy to just reset, throw in your bag and go, all from Gloss Lab.
How adorable is this? Like, one of my goals for this year is to travel. So I love how small these are. Okay, let's move on to the next item. This wash buffer is so cute, but how does it work?
So we're talking about the Spongel infused buffer right now. So this is amazing because you see that it comes in this gorgeous flower design, but this gives you a chance to exfoliate, cleanse, and moisturize your body in up to 14 washes. And we're talking about a body reset here because when you really exfoliate your skin, that's when you give your skin the chance to glow. So this is by Spongel. They're body infused wash buffers. They're all available at Anthropologie for $16. They're super easy to just hang onto your shower, cleanse your skin, and they come in all of these gorgeous scents, Mako. This is the Freesia Pear, absolutely stunning. It's gonna really create that spa-like experience in your bathroom. And I know not a lot of us are getting out to the spas right now. So if you wanna do that for you, reset at home and give yourself that pampering experience, this is what you need.
I love that. And it's like a 2-in-1. So it's such a space saver. It's a time saver. I absolutely love that. Okay, so let's move on to electronics. Everyone can relate to this. You got wires all over the place. I love that this next item can keep you organized.
Exactly. I like to keep everything organized. So in order to reset your life in terms of your electronics and all those different cords, this is a case from Ganomoto. You can get it on Amazon, $45.99, and they come in different sizes. All you do is just slip all of your wires in here, basically organize them by area. You can also put your chargers in there as well. So this is something that can have everything in one place. And then when you are going to look for something, because I'm always losing the cord for the specific item, you know where it is, right? It's in that specific place, it's in that compartment, and then you just zip it up and you're good to go.
How perfect is that?
This is going to be a lifesaver for you and your family if you get one of these.
Speaking of lifesavers, all about January Reset, we're trying to save you money. And when it comes to groceries, I want to keep my groceries fresher and keep them nice and organized. And I am so obsessed with these meal prep containers. These colors are so cute.
Aren't they amazing? So these are the Elo Duraglass containers. They come by color coding and they're glass. So when your food is stored in glass, it really preserves the food longer. It keeps everything airtight. It's also BPA free. So you just put your food in there for the week, prep it, you're ready to go. Load these in your refrigerator. If you want to take these on the go with you too, you have this silicone coating that surrounds the glass to keep everything safe. Stack them up and you've got your meal prepped for the week. I mean, it's easier than that, right?
That is so clever. If you're starting to go back into the office and you need organizers, meal prep containers, these are so classy. Well, Britt, I feel like I'm ready for the rest of the year. Thank you so much for joining us on our January Reset. I hope you have a great, sparkling 2022.
You as well. Thanks so much, Mako.
All right, now let's run through all the products one more time. The pill pouches, the Gloss Lab Mani Rescue, the Spongel Box Flower Body Wash Infused Buffers, the electronics case, and the glass food storage meal prep containers. Up next, Jen Fowler continues with the January Reset, whether your reset goals are in the kitchen or in the gym. Don't go away.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
This is what it looks and feels
With the latest developments. The bigger piece of the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
You get one beautiful life to live. What are you gonna do?
This show is so fun, but having you as a positive force means really the world to me.
Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold, okay?
We have this circle of women that love each other.
I decided I'm gonna go with the rhythm of life.
And you love riding the wave.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
I love ya.
I love you too.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, Download the NBC News app.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
NBC News, streaming free now.
You get one beautiful life to live. What are you going to do?
This show is so fun, but having you as a positive force means really the world to me.
Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold, okay?
We have this circle of women that love each other.
I decided I'm going to go with the rhythm of life.
And you love riding the wave.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric. Yeah, I love you too.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hi, I'm Shop All Day contributor Jen Fallick. Welcome back to Shop All Day, where we're talking all about that January reset. We have must-have products, whether your New Year goals are drinking more water, spending more time in the kitchen, or making more me time. And remember, see that QR code at the bottom of your screen? You can use the camera on your smartphone to scan it for instant access to all the products on the show today. Or you can text SHOP to the number below to shop all the products that we're sharing with you today. So let's get to it. Upping your daily water intake can be key to reaching your health and fitness goals, which is why so many of us are making the resolution to drink more water in 2022. And this water bottle could help make all the difference. Check this out. So this is a water bottle that has a time marker, but unlike many similar products, this water bottle is actually really sleek looking. You can bring this with you out and about all day long. You could bring it to a work meeting. It fits in the cup holder of your car. It's just like a fashionable, great accessory item that happens to also help you achieve your hydration goals. All you got to do is stick to the markers, refill at lunchtime, and by the end of the day, you will have downed half a gallon of H2O, no problem. There's different colors. I love the metallic tops too. Easy to clean. These are genius. Another great way to stay on point with your health, wellness, and fitness goals is to get into the smoothie lifestyle. I am a huge fan of smoothies because for me, they're so delicious. They're really filling. And with this product, they are so easy to make. This is the BlendJet. And all you got to do with this, charge it up. It's USB rechargeable. So every full charge is going to give you 15 smoothies that you can blend up anywhere, anytime, on demand. You throw this in your bag and you literally put in whatever you want to mix in your smoothie. I love to put in some berries, a little milk, maybe a little protein powder if you're in the mood. And you don't even need a cup because you can drink right from the top of the jar. It's small, but this is a mighty. There's a patented turbojet technology in here that blends some of the toughest foods in 20 seconds flat, according to the brand. Comes in a ton of fun colors too. I love the little turquoise here, the blue. This is such a great gift for a fitness fanatic. Should you have anyone that you want to gift to this month? But for yourself, this is a must. Now, if getting to the gym is part of your 2022 plan, we have an elevated essential that you need to own. Check out this duffel exercise bag. It can really feel overwhelming to pack up for the gym when you have a full day ahead of you. I love that this has compartments for everything, so it's so much easier to pack efficiently. You've got the spot for your water bottle, there's a spot for your sneakers. You know, there actually is a separate shoe compartment. You can also attach your yoga mat up here. And I love that there's a waterproof compartment in here. So after your workout, you can store your workout wear in there until you've got a chance to throw it in the laundry. We cannot ignore the fact that this bag is cute. I love the quilting. I love the gold zipper detail. It's got a crossbody strap so you can tote it around hands-free. All the options. Now that we have your fitness hacks handled, let's talk about meal prep. If that was one of your resolutions, we're gonna start with this Herb Saver Pod. I am madly in love with this product. I own 3 and they are always in my fridge at all times. This preserves your herbs and saves valuable space in your fridge. All you do is you rinse and dry your favorite fresh herbs, it could be basil, mint, oregano, dill, and you place them right inside the pod. Then there's this little spigot on the back. You just add water to the bottom. And these herbs will be good to go for up to 3 weeks. In addition to herbs, I put asparagus and scallions in these. And you save so much money too because there's less waste. Now that you have a fridge stocked with delicious fresh herbs, enter the herb shears. Check these out. I absolutely love these. The fact that I can literally chop fresh herbs right into a salad or right on top of chicken is huge. You can just snip and savor the most delicious meals. Plus, these are so easy to clean. They come with a little comb that you can basically brush through to get any little bits and pieces out, give it a quick rinse under the faucet, and then throw them right in the dishwasher. It couldn't be easier. Now, planning ahead is the key to changing your life with meal prep, but you need to be ready to store all the staples that you make. And bulky containers can take up way more space than we have to spare, right? Enter these collapsible containers. Ready? These are stackable and collapsible silicone containers. They're great to store all kinds of food. You can put your leftovers in here. You can put your chopped up prep veggies. These have a snap-on lid. Snap it on, you know when it's nice and secure. And when not in use, you can collapse them down to 1/3 of their original size, right? So this is what they collapse down. So easy to store. Besides saving space at home, if you're taking a snack to go, once you're done, flatten them out and you've got more room for everything else that you need to bring around with you every day. This next product is another one that we swear by in my house. These reusable lidded bowls have a sturdy lid that has a really secure wrap. So it's easy for all ages, from my 6-year-olds all the way up, to open, and then when they're done, to reseal. All you gotta do, put the top right on, and easy to clip it right around. It's leak-proof and it's sleek looking. So this is sophisticated enough for me to take with me if I'm going to like a work meeting. This looks like a beautiful high-end bowl, but totally portable. Now, to round out the resolution trifecta, the next thing everyone's thinking about right now is getting a better night of sleep. So first up is a white noise machine. I love this white noise machine because besides drowning out environmental noise, white noise can become part of that bedtime ritual that really helps to cue your brain and your body that it's time to wind down. This machine right here, so little, right? It has 20 sounds to choose from, including ocean, rain, bonfire noises, if traditional white noise isn't your thing. And it has a little timer right here, so if you want it to auto shut off after an hour, you can. Or if you prefer that white noise to last all night long, it'll work that way too. Another thing that's important to note about this, again, is the portability. I find that when I'm on a work trip or if I'm away with my family, having those little reminders of my nighttime routine on a daily basis really helps me to fall asleep. And now that we've set the ambiance with the white noise, the sleep eye mask is the last thing you need to complete the moment, and this one is a gem. Light is super disruptive when you're trying to sleep, both falling asleep and staying asleep. And while you cannot always control the environment around you, with this sleep mask, you can control how it affects your rest. I love the design. Some sleep masks can feel claustrophobic. They really press down on your eyelids, but not this one. With this, you've got the little openings here so your eyes can breathe and blink. It's memory foam as well, so it means you're gonna get a custom, comfy fit every time. And beautiful colors too. It just feels great. It works wonders. It's a no-brainer. Now let's go through these products one more time, and you can use the QR code to get instant access to these items. We've got the water bottle with time marker, the Blend Jet, the exercise duffel bag, the Herb Saver pod, the herb shears, the collapsible containers, the reusable lidded bowl, the white noise machine, and the sleep eye mask. And just so you know, Today works with affiliate partners and earns a commission on purchases made through our links at today.com. That's a wrap on all your Better Basics and for our show. It's been fun showing you our favorites. Tune in next Thursday for another episode of Shop Today with Jill Martin.
Hey everybody, we've got a very special Popstar Plus for you today. It is all about the Golden Globes. We're going to hear from some of the nominees ahead of the star-studded ceremony. From Black Panther to The White Lotus, we've got you covered. Everything you need to know. First up, The Fabelmans, the drama inspired by director Steven Spielberg's real life. And it's nominated 5 times, including Best Picture and Best Director nods. Our own Harry Smith had a chance to catch up with Spielberg and the cast.
Movies are dreams.
The Fabelmans is neither fable nor fiction, but the story of a young Steven Spielberg pulled between parents who are polar opposites.
What kind of movie are we gonna make?
I'm a very private person. I would never ordinarily take anything like this public. But after my mom passed, and I really got to thinking about the sum total of our relationship, which was a great relationship, but it was also challenging.
His father, practical.
That's more important than your hobby.
Dad, can you stop calling it a hobby?
Yeah, Dad was Greatest Generation. He wanted for me to have a bedrock life, and he felt that being a movie director was a pipe dream. It was going to be like quicksand.
We're going to use Daddy's camera to film it.
His mother, an artist.
Whereas my mom said, go for it. Just go for it, Steve.
Let's not tell your father. It'll be our secret movie, just yours and mine.
Michelle Williams plays Spielberg's mother in a performance that is probably perfect.
It was so powerful, and you are this person who actually lives the life she wants to live to a great degree in the movie.
Thank you. That's the most beautiful thing I could possibly hear. It's really how we all, if we're brave enough, want to live.
The heart, though, is not a compass. Where it leads is often not ideal or perfect.
I knew things that nobody else in my family knew about my mom and about my dad's best friend.
Seth Rogen plays the friend.
You think whatever bad things you want about me, kiddo, but you stop making movies, it'll break your mother's heart.
Into all of which appears a man almost apparition-like, a great uncle, played by Judd Hirsch.
You see, what she got in her heart is what you got, what I got. Art. Like me, like you, I think, we're junkies. And art is our drug.
Gabriel LaBelle nails the teenage filmmaker. And as for working with Spielberg,
It's thrilling, it's intimidating, it's nerve-wracking, and you know that it's going to be incredibly significant.
Paul Dano adds the father role to an already impressive resume.
I want you to make a camping trip.
And I thought that the father was such a quietly complicated character because he had to keep so much of his own experience to himself, I think for his family's behalf, but also because maybe he didn't quite know how to.
There was so much
face it.
yearning in him to connect with his son.
I don't know what to do anymore.
What was it like to be filming in the memories of your own childhood?
It was hard because the more I shot in the house, the more I remembered how much I loved living there. I loved Arizona, I loved living in the desert. I loved having my family around me. And so I mourned the loss of my childhood as I was recreating aspects of my childhood.
Wow. Williams immersed herself in Spielberg family memories.
These beautiful family archives, the photos, the home movies, the tape recordings, her laugh, her sound, her clothes, her smell, her perfume.
You know, one of the things I loved about working with Michelle is after a take, and she could tell I was really happy with the take, she didn't accept happiness as a reason to stop here. And she'd always walk over to me and she'd get very close to me and she'd just sort of take my wrist in her hand. She said, anything else? Anything else? Anything else?
You know that thing they say about an actor embodying a character? That's Williams in The Fabelmans.
I cried so hard that they thought something was wrong with me on the night that we wrapped. And it was very hard to say goodbye.
Arizona will never leave me.
Right?
Whoa.
You crushed me. You totally crushed me.
You guys. Oh my God.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Very much.
No pressure right there. No pressure taking on the great Steven Spielberg's entire family. They did a great job with that. And coming up, we're going to hear from an actress who's nominated this year, Michelle Yeoh.
You get one beautiful life to live. Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold. We have this circle of women that love each other. This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Love ya.
I love you too.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
You get one beautiful life to live. What are you going to do?
This show is so fun, but having you as a positive force means really the world to me.
Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold, okay? We have this circle of women that love each other. I decided I'm going to go with the rhythm of life.
And you love riding the wave.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Love ya.
I love you too.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes. New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. The film Everything Everywhere All at Once defies all genres and earned 6 nominations at this year's Golden Globes, among them Best Comedy and Best Actress for its star Michelle Yeoh, making her the first Malaysian Chinese actress to be honored in that particular category. She told our third hour why she was so thrilled when she read the part and what the role meant to her.
Michelle Yeoh played a mother who fiercely loved her son, not so much his girlfriend in Crazy Rich Asians.
And last year, she was the aunt taking her superhero nephew under her wing in Marvel's Shang-Chi and the Legend of the Ten Rings.
Well, now, Michelle takes center stage in Everything, Everywhere, All at Once. She plays Evelyn, a laundromat owner who finds out there are multiple universes and then discovers some skills she didn't know she had.
Yeah.
And just so you know, Michelle Yeoh does all of her own stunts as well. So this is a movie everyone's buzzing about. Roker's been talking about it all morning. When you read the script initially, what was it about the script that sucked you in?
Wow, that was the first time in many years that I'd read a script that was written for an older, Asian, ordinary woman, and who turns into a superhero. Right? It was, my initial response was like, I have to meet the two Daniels who wrote it, to see if they were insane, that they really had to be locked up in an asylum, or I was in for the best ride of my career, because I felt that it was like everything. Finally, I will get to showcase all the things I would love my audience to see what I'm capable of, and in Everything Everywhere All at Once, exactly like the title, I get to be in like 5 genres of movie in one movie, in one big bagel.
That's the everything bagel, which is an important part of the movie. But what's interesting is this is a movie that defies genre. I mean, it's a love story, it's a romance, it's an action movie, it's a sci-fi movie, it's a comedy. Was that what really you appreciated about this script?
Definitely, for sure, because it's like the woman is the most unlikely hero, you know. And what it also teaches is like failures actually make you hopefully a better person. And in all the despair, this immigrant family comes over here for the American dream. And you know what kind of dream it can sometimes turns out to be. But what happens here is like even in all the despair and struggles and whatever, they find joy and love. At the end of the day, the familial connections between the mother and daughter, the core of the story, the husband and wife, and an ordinary woman that you pass by on the streets every day, somebody's mother or auntie or grandmother who is so unnoticed is given an opportunity to have an amazing voice, a great voice. And at the end of the day, we find out that actually we all have a superhero power within us, which is kindness. And if we can exercise that superpower,
be kind.
Be kind. Just be kind to yourself and to each other. We will make such a heck of a difference.
It is a superpower.
It is and that we all have and we can use. So reading it and then getting a chance to meet my evil geniuses, the Daniels. Well, they had the courage to write it.
It's a multiverse too, and you've got the
Oh yes,
there's one,
you
there's
recognize it.
multiverse that everybody in that universe has hot dog fingers.
You were downstairs in the dressing room this morning, and people didn't know what was happening.
Like,
and a couple people were like, "Guys, look at that lady! Look at that lady!" You know, we were trying not to be rude. And I saw it. Just FYI, downstairs now, people downstairs who are watching are going to go, "Oh,
yes, it all makes sense.
Sounds okay.
It's not her real digit. But in this, I play opposite Jamie Lee Curtis, who's the main antagonist in my life, in Evelyn Wong's life, because she's being audited. And Jamie plays
She's
this
unrecognizable.
Totally.
Yeah.
We're all unrecognizable in the sense. And in this universe, we have hot dog fingers.
There's even veins on the hands. Look at that on the front.
Michelle Yeoh, thank you.
And a big congrats to Michelle on that well-deserved nomination. Coming up, a Best Supporting Actress nominee, the legendary Angela Bassett.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
This is what it looks and feels
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're back in more of our special Golden Globes edition of Pop Star Plus today. The Best Supporting Actress category is absolutely stacked this year, including the one and only Angela Bassett for her performance in Black Panther: Wakanda Forever. Fun fact, she would make history as the first actor from a Marvel Cinematic Universe film to win a Golden Globe. Recently, Hoda and Jenna caught up with her.
Okay, we have royalty in the house.
We're so excited. In Black Panther, you know her as Queen Ramonda, but around here, she'll always be our queen, Angela Bassett. Angela,
morning.
what a privilege it is for us to have you here today.
And I'm so excited. It was like my face.
Well, I feel like we
Do
were
you
just-
see our faces?
We're like two kids. We were so happy because you were at a gala, the Wearable Arts Gala.
Yes.
We couldn't stop talking about you on our show. We're like, wait, show the glow, show the shot. I mean, this, when you're on the red carpet, like, I feel like you feel so at home. Is that what it feels like for you?
It is. I mean, you know, you get there. You know, it's like for a minute, for a little bit. But yeah, my stylist came up with this beautiful, beautiful ensemble. A lot of it that she made with the gloves and the cape, and that was such a different thing altogether. And the color, the sparkle, the jewels, and.
When you were a kid, did you love to like dress up or clothes your thing, or was that something
I
you
like
came to
making
later?
clothes for my little dolls.
Oh, you do?
So I love that sewing. Yeah.
You know, we were just saying when I got to meet you, you've been doing this for a long time. You've been acting, you've been in this world for a long time, but it feels like you're having a moment right now.
It does. A really exciting, really nice, really wondrous moment.
And so what does that feel like?
It's fabulous.
Yeah.
It really is. You know, especially, you know, just the long, as you say, been here a long time. You know, but the longevity, the consistency, you know, to be able to, you know, practice your craft and to have it acknowledged and received in such a beautiful way by, you know, wonderful people.
Well, I'm
really grateful.
They say things happen right on time. I wonder what it is about this time. I mean, I know you've worked your whole life, but I wonder what it is that is bringing you to this moment now. Like, everywhere I feel like I look, I see you.
Yeah.
You're somewhere.
Glamour Women of the Year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, that.
I don't know, and I don't try to dissect it too much. I just try to stay in the moment and enjoy it.
You know, this movie has already sort of broken records. The first one was a groundbreaking film. And now to come back with the loss of somebody that I know you loved, but also, you know, there's a new story. What does it feel like? Are y'all so looking forward to having it out there?
We are. It's a beautiful story. It's epic. It's exhilarating. It's extraordinary. And women are at the front and center of the telling of this story. And all the love and respect that we had for Chadwick and for his legacy and for his leadership in the first one, I think he would have been proud. And we just, you know, we're
rooting for
strengthen ourselves.
We're rooting for a woman to be Black Panther.
We think there is a woman Black Panther.
But we are feeling very confident.
Yeah.
Are we right?
Are we close?
Are we right?
Well, when you wake up.
So there's so many beautiful parts of your life. One of them is that you've been married for 25 years. And there are so many beautiful parts of your story. You talked about how when you were growing up, a long relationship wasn't modeled. You were learning about that. What have you learned about a long relationship over these 25 years?
Oh, my gosh. It takes some negotiation, you know, some negotiating back and forth. Sometimes you get what you want. Sometimes I get what we want. Hopefully, we get what we want most of the time together. And forgiveness is key. Because, you know, we're only human and we're bound to make some sort of mistakes, unintentionally, of course. But be able to ask for forgiveness and always be able to give it, to offer it, offer that grace.
I was reading that your husband, Courtney, who of course people know is an actor too, said something to you.
Oh, early on, like
early
the first week.
Yeah, and what was it?
Divorce is not an option. I was like, why are you talking about that? It's only been a week. You see something in me? No.
Did that change sort of the DNA of y'all, the DNA of your choices as a couple?
You know, you got to have at least one person who can stand strong even in the midst of the storm, I think, you know. And he having, you know, had mother, father, and all of that and seen some storms there, you know. So ahead.
So many remarkable things about your career. One that shocked both of us was that after you played Tina Turner, which was a remarkable, obviously Oscar-worthy performance, nominated for an Oscar, you didn't get a phone call for a gig, for a job for more than a year?
Yeah, about a year and a half.
Why is that?
Oh, well, you know, it was just the time.
Yeah.
You know, that was long before streaming and all these other platforms where there were opportunities. You know, remember, we only had maybe like 3.5 stations, ABC,
Yeah.
CBS, NBC, and
Yeah.
maybe something. But we had never seen a movie like this where a black woman was at the lead of this,
Wow.
you know, of the story. That was sort of new territory at that time.
Were you upset that you didn't get any calls, or were you wondering, like, what is it? Because
You wonder, but I was so young, and that's you know, just being an artist and not the business part of show business, understanding what's going on there. But you just stay strong, and you know, you heard stories from other actors, you know, in the theater who talked about how you can become jaded, you know, and so it's always, let's guard against that. Let's be mindful of that, sort of like divorce is not an option. Don't become, you know, jaded by things that will happen or things that won't happen in your time.
What is happening now?
The queen and a
Keep
groundbreaking.
learning, keep striving, keep moving forward, stay positive.
Oh,
you know?
Where do you find joy now? Like, where are the most magical parts of your life?
This very moment is joyful. You know, here with you, all the wonderful things that are happening right now in my life, and also my two little angels at home. You know, Slade and Bronwyn, who are 16 and growing up to be really wonderful, compassionate, lovely young people. So most proud of them.
Wait, you have twins? Is that right?
I do.
I'm a twin.
Oh, are you?
Yes. Put the bars on the window now. No,
Yeah, they kind of keep hands.
But there's nothing. That's the most magical gift as a twin. And she's my best friend.
Oh, that's awesome.
Always great to see Angela. She's clearly living her best life. Coming up, we couldn't let this episode pass by without a White Lotus recap. That's next.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
You get one beautiful life to live. What are you going to do?
This show is so fun, but having you as a positive force means really the world to me.
Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold, okay?
We have this circle of women that love each other.
I decided I'm going to go with the rhythm of life.
And you love riding the wave.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric. Yeah.
This is what it looks and feels
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
You get one beautiful life to live. Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold.
We have this circle of women that love each other.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Yeah.
I love you too.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to Popstar Plus. People just cannot stop talking about the latest season of The White Lotus, and for good reason. After its big finale aired in December, now the drama has scored a Best Limited Series Golden Globe nomination, as well as Best Supporting nods for both Jennifer Coolidge and Aubrey Plaza. Her first ever nomination. In fact, Aubrey spoke to Hoda and Jenna about the show, along with co-star Adam DeMarco.
HBO's The White Lotus was one of the buzziest new shows last year. Guess what? It won 10 Emmys, including Outstanding Limited Series.
Okay, well, it's not limited anymore because we are so excited for the new season set in a Sicilian resort with almost an entirely new cast, including Aubrey Plaza and Adam DeMarco. Here's a sneak peek.
Welcome to the White Lotus in Sicily.
We're on a family vacation right now, and it's just the three of us, because all the women in our family hate you. Please, can we just drop it?
Now that he's loaded, do you think he regrets marrying such a dud?
What is going on with you?
There's a reason they invited us here. It's like you sold your company, you got rich, and now he's your best friend. Are these the kind of people we're gonna be hanging out with now?
Did you vote, babe? Be honest.
I did. Didn't I?
Doesn't matter.
Aubrey, Adam. We want to discuss White Lotus so badly right this minute, except for there's one other thing we have to discuss right this minute.
Yeah, there's some hats.
You're wearing hats.
What are you talking
We're
about?
so excited about the new season of White
We're so
Lotus.
excited about White Lotus.
Yes.
Wait.
Season 2 is coming out this
It's
Sunday.
spooky.
Are y'all did y'all just plan this? What was the story?
Did you text each other last night? What happened?
No.
I actually didn't know. I didn't realize we were doing the interview together, but I'm so happy to see you.
Yeah, it's so good to see you.
So I have a question. Are you a wizard, or what's your situation?
This season is so crazy. It's like way more epic, sexier, darker.
It's set in Italy.
It's set in
so
Italy.
There's a volcano.
Are there any witches involved?
Or wizards?
I don't know. I don't like that
Sounds-
spooky stuff.
Sounds too scary for me.
When you guys first met on the set, I know we're ignoring your hats, which is weird.
Yeah.
But were you all friends right away? You have the same sense of humor, obvious. So was that it?
No?
Y'all weren't friends right away?
No, we were. I was friends with you.
Oh, right, because me and Michael got dinner
yeah,
like
me
that
and Michael
first
got
night.
dinner.
Yeah, that
we
was
ran
fun.
into each other on the Corso.
Aubrey scared me at first, but
I don't
then-
know why.
Why she felt intimidating, or what was
A
it?
little bit.
Oh,
How come?
Yeah.
Tell us.
I don't know.
Because I left that thing in your room.
Yeah.
What was
What
it?
was it?
Aubrey left some witchcraft symbols in my dressing room.
Y'all are
It was just
super-
like a welcome gift.
I didn't know that.
Are y'all acting right now? What's happening?
Are you in the craft?
We
I
don't
don't know where I am.
Do you remember the
Halloween
craft
weekend.
from the
Of course,
90s?
of course.
I feel like you got to be in like the Craft remake or something. You're giving me
I'll
major
do
Craft
whatever you guys
vibes.
want. I'll do whatever you want.
Okay, let's talk about Jennifer Coolidge, please, because I got to watch some of this last night. First, I want to ask you about what is going on, but I won't spoil it for everybody. Jennifer Coolidge is so good.
She's a national treasure.
She is a national
Did
treasure.
y'all try to
adore her.
protect her in Italy and make sure she was fine?
She had her own Italian bodyguards.
Yeah, she doesn't need
yeah,
protection.
she-
she's
She's a queen.
What's
you
it like
know?
working with her? Because we think she is.
She's the funniest.
it. Yeah.
She's the funniest. You never know what she's gonna say. She always says something ridiculous and hilarious. She's so spontaneous.
What did you
She's
see
the
her in that
best.
you loved when she went? Did you see her in the Reese Witherspoon? What is it?
Legally Blonde.
Oh, Legally Blonde. All the
Best in
Christopher
Show.
Guest best of her.
Best in Show.
Yes.
Best in Show.
Bend and Snap.
Yeah, I mean.
Okay, so is there pressure because the first one was so big, the first season? Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you feel that?
I mean, I don't know. This season feels so different. Like Mike White was really good about writing just a totally different, vibe. And
Yeah.
So it feels different. But yeah, I mean, there's a lot of, expectations.
How did you get the call? Because this is such a hot show, and I know people are probably hoping maybe my phone will ring. How did it happen?
I was taking out the trash. I was taking out my recycling. I was recycling. I was being a good person. So maybe it was.
Canadian.
Yeah, I was being a good Canadian.
And then what happened?
My manager called me and was like, "You're going to Sicily." and I put the trash in the trash and put the recycling in the recycling. And I went
You
about
know
my
what?
day.
There is something about not only getting to do White Lotus,
Yeah.
but also getting to shoot in Sicily for you were there for how long?
I was there for 5 months.
Yeah, I was for 4.
Did you love every second?
Yeah.
Who dies?
No.
Good one.
I thought maybe if they were wearing the hats, they would
Sometimes.
be, confused.
All right. So, what did y'all do on your downtime when you weren't acting? What kind of fun things did y'all do? Was there karaoke involved?
Oh.
Yeah, there was some karaoke
What's
nights.
your karaoke song?
Mr. Brightside.
Oh.
Did you do a
By
song?
the Killers?
I don't remember.
Okay.
I usually
Like that.
do. I usually wait till like the very end of the night, and then I do Enya just to like really bring the room down, make everyone go home, and it's really awkward.
So, what else did y'all do during your downtime? 5 months, 4 months is a long time to hang.
We ate.
Yeah.
We just ate
Dinners.
so many dinners.
Drinks. Went to the beach.
Went to the
a couple
beach.
times. Went hiking to the
Wait,
Penis
was
Cafe.
it really shot in like the Four Seasons or something?
Yeah, we lived in the hotel that we were shooting in for like the first 4 months, and it's a Four Seasons in Taormina called the San Domenico, and it's actually an old restored like monastery convent. So it's like very haunted.
So witchy stuff was happening.
A little bit.
By the way, what are y'all going to be for Halloween for real?
I
Do
don't
you
know
celebrate?
Yet.
I'm
like
always
an all-year Halloween type person.
I'm
all
just
year
always
round.
kind of Halloween is like the one day out of the year that I am some kind of witch, but like the scariest version
Is
of
Halloween?
a witch, and then I can like run down the street and scream at the top of my lungs and just kind of be my natural self. It's the
And
best I
Adam,
can.
how about you?
This year?
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe like a skeleton or something.
A skeleton?
Yeah, something spooky.
Oh my gosh.
All right,
you guys, this show is so good.
Try one more time.
Tell me who dies in that ocean. You tell me who dies in that ocean.
Oh, that was a good season of White Lotus. If you haven't seen it, a lot to unpack there. That's going to do it for Popstar Plus Golden Globes preview. Thanks so much for being here. We're going to just wish everybody big luck this year. If you're nominated, that's great. If you win, that's fantastic too. You can catch the ceremony live coast to coast on NBC and streaming on Peacock. That'll be January 10th. We'll see you next time.
Sponsored by Walmart.
What up, y'all? Welcome to the Today All Day Kitchen.
Pasta is a staple for so many weeknight meals. It's easy to make, pretty hard to screw up, and oh so satisfying. I'm making pillowy soft ricotta gnocchi with peas and parm in a buttery sauce.
And I'm cooking up a creamy chicken stroganoff with baby bella mushrooms.
And I'm whipping up a spicy vegan pasta alla vodka. So start boiling some water.
It's time to use that noodle.
And let's get cooking.
You can shop the ingredients featured here from our sponsor, Walmart, by scanning the QR code. Today earns a commission from purchases made through links on today.com.
I have to admit, pasta is one of my go-to comfort foods, so I am very excited to share this recipe with you. The first thing we want to do is take our gorgeous ricotta and actually lay it out in a thin layer on paper towels. Since the ricotta is the base of our dough, we need to remove some of that moisture so it ends up really nice and light and fluffy rather than dense. We are going to let this sit for about 12 to 15 minutes just to make sure that the paper towel absorbs that moisture, but lucky for me, I made one before. And here is how it ends up looking when it is done. Stunning. Okay, so now let's just make our dough. We have our ricotta right here. Plop it right on in. So we have 2 large eggs here. I'm going to crack them right into our bowl. 1 cup of finely grated Parmigiano Reggiano cheese and some kosher salt, just to awaken the flavor. Before we add in our flour, we are going to delicately mix it all together so it creates a really light, fluffy consistency. So now that this is looking really beautifully mixed together, that is when we know it is time to start adding in our flour. It's really important here to add your flour in 1/4 cup at a time because we don't want to develop too much gluten, but we also want to make sure that our ricotta stays nice and fluffy. We're just going to delicately mix it until there are no more big bits of flour, and we'll just keep mixing. Our final 1/4 cup. There we go, looking good. Now it is time to shape our gnocchi. And then we're going to take our dough mixture, kind of form it into a bit of a, it feels so good. It feels like a baby's bottom. Can we use that in the final cut? It's what it feels like. Okay, and now we're going to dust the top with a bit more flour. And this is my favorite tool whenever I'm making pasta, also whenever I'm cooking to easily pick things up. It is called a bench scraper. It's typically used for decorating cakes, making sure you have a nice smooth line of frosting around your cake, but it does such a good job of picking things up, and it also does a great job of cutting things really evenly. And we are going to cut this into quarters. And the next thing we're going to do is we are going to roll this out into a beautiful snake that is about 1 inch thick. It feels so nice, so soft. I like to cut off the end first, just because this end, it doesn't look as nice. And then what I'll do is I will just keep cutting little 1 inch pieces of pasta. And look at that. They look like little pillows, don't they? Look at how beautiful this is looking. And what we're going to do is we'll take that same bench scraper that we have, lift them up, and transfer them to a parchment-lined baking sheet. All right, and we're just going to repeat this with our remaining pieces of gnocchi dough. Looking good. Before we cook our gnocchi, I want to get started on the star of our sauce. This is a lemon butter sauce, so we are going to be using the zest and juice of 2 gorgeous lemons. And I'm going to show you my favorite way to prepare lemon zest. So we're just going to take the peeler and run it along lengthwise on this lemon, pulling the zest off of the lemon. So I'm just gonna remove any of this extra pith. And the reason why I'm removing this pith is because the pith is a bit bitter and we don't want any of that bitterness. And as you can see, I've stacked up all of this lemon into cute little, almost soldiers, if you will. Take your knife and rock it back and forth along that peel. It smells amazing. And you can see how beautiful these strips are. And then what we'll do is we'll take these shreds and turn them, and then we will run our knife across again to mince that lemon. And it took me a while to master these skills, let me tell you. It really all comes down to practicing over and over and over again. It's really repetition here. And now I'm just gonna take my knife and run through this a few more times. It's smelling absolutely amazing. Look at that zest though. I mean, it's like freshly fallen snow. Okay, let's clean up, get our water a-boiling, and finish up this gnocchi. Our water is boiling. It is time to cook our gnocchi, and you gotta pay attention because this all happens pretty quickly. But I promise you, you have all of the tools to absolutely crush it. The first thing we wanna do is salt our water. I'm taking kosher salt. Okay, this is boiling beautifully, and we can use our fingers to plop these in, because let me tell you, they are light and pillowy, and dropping them all in at once is going to cause them to smush together. We want these to cook until they float to the top, okay? They basically tell us, they're like, hey, what's up? And then to save some time, we are actually going to take our frozen peas and we're gonna pop those in as well. So this pasta water is liquid gold. I call it unicorn juice whenever I'm cooking because all of the starch in the water itself is actually going to help bind our sauce together. And we're going to start adding in our cubed unsalted butter, a couple tablespoons at a time. You really want it to be cold butter because our goal here is to really emulsify everything. Take a whisk. Start whisking everything up. The gnocchi's starting to float. And now we are ready to bring our sauce and our gnocchi together. I've actually turned off the heat. If it is too hot, it may cause your sauce to break. So just make sure you turn that heat off. Next up, we're going to add in half of our lemon zest. How good does this look? Okay, next up we are going to slowly add in our parm. Keep on mixing it back and forth so that it melts in a nice, even fashion. It is smelling so good. And as you can see, it is really looking super glossy. And it is tasting delish. So add in the lemon juice a little bit at a time. Again, we want to emulsify this in. We don't want to freak out the gorgeous sauce that we just worked so hard to build. It is coating all of those beautiful pillows of gnocchi. And now it is time to plate it up. Oh my gosh, you guys, how gorgeous does this look? Okay, a little extra parm, some freshly ground black pepper, and then I'll take a little bit of fresh mint, a little drizzle of olive oil, gives the pasta gorgeous sheen, and there you go, homemade ricotta gnocchi in a lemon butter sauce with peas and mint. I'm so excited to try this. It is melting in my mouth. The parm adds the perfect amount of nuttiness and saltiness. I don't have any other words to say except I know you're gonna love this. So good.
This is what it looks and feels
With the latest development, the bigger piece to the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
You get one beautiful life to live. What are you gonna do?
This show is so fun, but having you as a positive force means really the world to me.
Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold, okay?
We have this circle of women that love each other.
I decided I'm gonna go with the rhythm of life.
And you love riding the wave.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Love ya.
I love you too.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
This is what it looks and feels.
With the latest development, the bigger piece to the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. NBC News, streaming free now.
When you hear stroganoff, you're probably thinking beef, but this creamy comfort food pairs incredibly well with chicken. But the best part about this dish is that it all comes together in one pot. Less mess is always a win in my kitchen. All right, so first what we're gonna do is we're gonna make our dry rub. I like to use a little bit of smoked paprika. You can use the regular paprika too, but I think smoked flavors just bring a lot more body to your recipes. And then a little bit of dried thyme, and then a little bit of garlic powder. Give that a good swish. All right, now let's move on to our chicken breast. Now I've just got some lean, skinless chicken breasts, and I'm not sure about you, but I like to cut mine up into smaller pieces. The reason why, it's gonna cook a lot faster. All right, y'all, let's add this to our bowl. Get your hands all up in there. Don't be scared to get your hands dirty. I'm gonna just rinse off the cutting board and wash our knife so we can prep the mushrooms. Okay, now I'm gonna be using some baby Bella mushrooms. I think they're super delicious. I'm just gonna slice this into small slices just like this. So I've got a ton of mushrooms here and you're probably thinking, yo, Kev, that's not gonna fit in my pan. Don't worry, mushrooms are kind of like spinach. Once you start cooking them and add some heat to them, they shrivel up really, really small. So they will fit, I promise you that. Our mushrooms are cut up. I'm gonna set these aside. And now we're gonna fire up our pan and get cooking. All right, we're gonna place this on a medium high heat. Okay, with it nice and hot, in goes the oil. This is a little bit of olive oil, a little bit of heart health, a little sprinkle of that. Then I like to grab some tongs and in goes our chicken. Ooh, I love that sizzle sound. We want a nice sear, a nice color on the chicken. There we go. You're gonna wanna cook this for about 4 to 5 minutes on each side, and then look at this. Oh, just lift it up, and look at that beautiful color on the chicken. Move it around a little bit. If you're feeling brave, you can go ahead and toss it, but again, this is a no mess recipe, so the least amount of mess you can make in your kitchen, the better. This chicken is just about ready. I'm gonna move my mushrooms a little bit closer, and then I'm gonna use my tongs. I'm gonna start taking out the pieces of chicken. Oh my God, look at that. It's just looking so good. Kev, you did that. If you're not your best cheerleader in the kitchen, I don't know what you're doing. You gotta just give yourself a pat on the back. It smells so good, it looks so good. Exactly what we want. I'm gonna set this over here. Now, I'm gonna add in the mushrooms now. Now, there's a lot of chicken flavor here. Ready? So we want that. We got a good sear here. I'm just gonna wilt them just a little bit by using a little bit of our chicken broth. Just a little bit, just to create some steam. And also this is gonna help to deglaze the bottom of our skillet as well. I'm gonna get my Salt Bae on, give me a little pinch of salt, just a little bit, boom. And the cool thing about mushrooms is that as they're shrinking up too, you know, they're just soaking up all this flavor. So people that say, I don't like mushrooms, I'm like, yo man, mushrooms are like flavor bombs. They make your mouth water. It's that umami factor. More love to mushrooms this year. Now we're gonna try to create a little bit of a thick gravy here. We're gonna add in a little bit of flour. I'm gonna give this a quick toss first. Then we're gonna add in about a cup of our chicken broth. And what you'll see here, you're gonna still deglaze, but you see now the chicken broth is really cloudy, and that's because it's turning into that gravy that we want. I'm also gonna add in a little bit of Dijon. And just keep stirring, and this is looking beautiful. All right, now let's begin to bring everything together. In goes our chicken broth. Reserve some, then grab yourself the egg noodles, sprinkle those on, and then pour in the rest of that broth. And the noodles are going to absorb all of this liquid that's now like a gravy. So we're gonna bring it to a light simmer, and you can see right here inside, got the little light simmer going. That's just about right. And then we're gonna cover and cook this for about 7 minutes. Oh my gosh, I stirred these once. Oof, they are looking good. Always check your noodles. And if you're thinking like, Kev, it's looking a little watery, what am I gonna do? Don't worry, I got you. Remember that it's gonna thicken up as it cools, but also it's gonna thicken up because we're going to add in our Greek yogurt now. Greek yogurt is really high in protein, and it's really, really, really thick. And look at this. It looks like I added cheese, but I have not at all. And this is our swap for sour cream. Last bit of work, we're gonna add in our chicken. Well, you can't be here to smell it, but I'm just gonna describe it. We need that smell-o-vision from Willy Wonka. So I'm gonna plate it right here and finish it off with some fresh parsley. You like smothered chicken? Try this chicken stroganoff. You're seeing it first here today, and then today, All Day Kitchen. I'm just gonna hit it with some fresh black pepper. Ooh, look at that. I don't know about y'all, but I'm excited about eating. Here we go. Get a little bit of mushroom, a little bit of egg noodle, and then some of this succulent, lean chicken breast. Oh my God. Yeah, this will make you get happy in church. Ooh, there you go. I guarantee your friends and family are going to love this dish.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
You get one beautiful life to live. What are you going to do?
This show is so fun, but having you as a positive force means really the world to me.
Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold, okay?
We have this circle of women that love each other.
I decided I'm going to go with the rhythm of life.
And you love riding the wave.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Yeah.
I love you too.
This is what it looks and feels
With the latest the bigger piece of the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
This is what it looks and feels
With the latest the bigger piece of the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
I grew up on Staten Island, so I can't even tell you how many pasta dishes I've eaten over the years. One of my absolute favorites is penne alla vodka. So today, I'm giving that beautiful pink sauce a vegan makeover. And I'm putting a little twist on that penne too. Let's get started with the crunchy breadcrumb topping. So first, I'm gonna get a small skillet over medium-low heat, and we're gonna add in a little bit of olive oil. So for our breadcrumbs, we're gonna use panko breadcrumbs. I love using panko because it's extra crunchy and it's plain, so we can add anything to it and really manipulate those flavors. And the way we're gonna do that is by adding some red chili flakes because we want this spicy, and a little bit of nutmeg to really round out those flavors and add that earthy component. A little bit of kosher salt, and a little bit of freshly ground black pepper. And we're gonna cook this over medium-low until it gets a nice golden brown color. So we're essentially just toasting it in the pan. This usually takes about 5 minutes to get nice and golden and crispy. This is a test. If it loosely moves in the pan, that means it's ready. So to start off any good sauce, you have to start off with your aromatics. We're gonna start with 1 medium white onion and some garlic. So we just wanna get a small dice on this. And next up, garlic. We're using about 4 cloves of garlic. I just like to give them a light crush to help me with the chopping process. Another great way to prep all of this is actually just blitzing it up in a food processor. Just putting it on chop and giving it a few pulses and it'll all be roughly chopped. So you want to start off with a really large pan and get it over medium-high heat. To this, we're going to add a layer of olive oil. And we're also going to add in 1 tablespoon of vegan butter. Traditional vodka sauce is so indulgent and creamy, so we're gonna add a few vegan options to help bring that creaminess to the sauce. So now that our oil is hot and the butter is sizzling, let's go in with our onion and garlic. You also wanna get some salt in at this point because that's gonna help the onions sweat out all of their moisture. Now, I said this was spicy vodka sauce, so now come in our spicy elements. We're gonna add some red chili flakes, but let's not stop there. We're gonna add in one of my favorite chili peppers, Calabrian chilies. And I just so happen to be wearing chili earrings to celebrate the occasion. So we want to cook these for about 5 minutes until the onions are sweating and almost translucent. So now let's go in with our tomato paste. The tomato paste is gonna add basically a really concentrated tomato flavor. So it's gonna feel like we've been cooking this sauce all day, but really we haven't been. So get this incorporated into the onions. So, the star of the show, some vodka. No, this is not a shot for me. This is for the pasta. Maybe that'll be later. So once we add the vodka in, all of that alcohol is gonna evaporate, so you don't have to worry about any alcohol actually being in there, but the flavor of the vodka will become concentrated, which is what adds that unique flavor to vodka sauce, which I happen to love. We're gonna go in with some crushed tomatoes. We're gonna go in with a little sugar. Now, don't hate on this. This is really gonna help balance the flavors again. There's a lot of acidity in the tomatoes, and then we also have a lot of spice, so the sugar is gonna help round everything out. As well as some dried oregano. So I actually like to take this and rub it in between my fingers to get the oils in the oregano activated. We want our spicy vodka sauce to be smooth and silky, and in order to achieve that, we're gonna use an immersion blender. This looks great. Look how vibrant that is. It really is starting to look like vodka sauce. So now we're gonna add a few dairy elements to our sauce. We're gonna add a little bit of vegan creamer, as well as some vegan cream cheese. So you wanna make sure to incorporate all of that in, and you can see the color is this beautiful light orange vodka sauce color. We're gonna add in 1 whole sprig of fresh basil. Right in, and we're gonna let that simmer with the sauce. Okay, let's check in our pasta water. Oh, it's boiling. Before we do anything, we always wanna salt our pasta water. And now for our pasta. I just wanna show you guys how fun this is. So this is called a Colony Pompeii. I think Colony means column, and Pompeii is obviously a city in Italy. But to me, it's just a beautiful large fusilli, and it looks delicious to eat. So we're gonna get these in. This pasta is so big, it takes about 10 or 12 minutes to cook. So I'm gonna start cleaning up and get everything out of the way and get ready to plate.
You get one beautiful life to live. Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold.
We have this circle of women that love each other.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Love ya.
Love you too.
This is what it looks and feels
With the latest film, the bigger piece of the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
You get one beautiful life to live. What are you gonna do?
This show is so fun, but having you as a positive force means really the world to me.
Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold, okay?
We have this circle of women that love each other.
I decided I'm gonna go with the rhythm of life.
And you love riding the wave.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Love ya.
Love you too.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
This is what it looks and feels
With the latest film, the bigger piece of the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Our pasta looks ready, so let's add it into our vodka sauce. Beautiful. This is so fun. Look at these swirls. And this is liquid gold. This is our starchy, salted water. So we're actually gonna add a little ladle into our pasta to make it even silkier. You wanna make sure to gently combine this with the sauce because we don't want to break up our beautiful giant swirls of pasta. Look how fun this looks. I'm so excited to eat it, but we can't forget about our spicy, crunchy breadcrumb topping. So it's now completely cooled, so we can just use our hands to garnish it as if we were garnishing it with Parmesan. And then if we want to be extra fancy, we can add a little sprig of fresh basil. Okay, I've waited long enough, so we're now ready to dig in. I'm so excited to eat this shape. I feel like the proper way is from the bottom. Wow. I think Staten Island would be proud. This is so delicious and so fun. Look at that. Chef's kiss. This is delicious.
How's it feel being in this national park?
Well, you know what? We get out of the city and we're among trees and woods and critters. I feel better.
So, Mr. President, you've got this new series. It looks at not just our national parks, but national parks around the world.
Species found nowhere else on Earth. Join me in this celebration of our planet's greatest national parks and wilderness.
After looking at all this, does this give you hope that these parks, these places of refuge, are kind of a buffer in a sense against what we see on the outside world, including climate change?
Well, one of the great things about national parks is they belong to everybody. And you know, one of the reasons I wanted to do this show about these great national parks is this is really one of America's great exports. Teddy Roosevelt designated Yellowstone as a national park. We had one. Now around the world there are 4,000 great national parks. And what we do is we look at the variety of landscapes from Monterey Peninsula and the amazing waters that are filled with all kinds of sea animals that are continually replenishing our air and our water, down to Tsavo in Africa, this massive park, that's full of lions and elephants and amazing creatures. But part of what we also see in these national parks is how people are learning to take care of these amazing landscapes, but also the dangers that are posed by human encroachment. And I'm hoping that by us reminding ourselves of how precious these resources are, that we're going to learn something not just about how to maintain national parks, but why it's so important to deal with issues like climate change that threaten the entire planet.
We have younger kids, Sasha Malia, that this generation that demands us being better caretakers. Yeah. Will people seeing this heed that call?
One of the amazing things about the footage, it reminds you of the incredible biodiversity of our planet. But we are continually losing species. We're losing plants. We're losing the land on which they thrive. And as you point out, Al, I think that the generation of our kids are more mindful of how we haven't always taken care of the planet. And with climate change affecting everything, they are demanding action. And my hope is that what this show does is not only remind us why we need to act, but also gives you some indication of the ways in which we can actually restore and rebuild some of these landscapes that were devastated. You think about even here in the United States, a place like Yellowstone where for a while there were almost no bison. They were right on the verge of extinction. And now when you go into these national parks, you have entire herds that are running across the plains. Nature is more resilient than we think if we are intentional about it. But when you look at the recent reports, for example, from the International Panel on Climate Change, the window for us to act to ensure that we don't have cataclysmic climate change, that window's closing, and we're going to have to seize on it.
You as a boy went to national parks, and you've gone with the family. Is that one of the impetuses for this?
Part of what I want us to do is to, as families, rediscover this amazing treasure that we have, because I think back to my own youth. I was lucky enough to live when I was a kid in Hawaii. The whole state almost is a national park. And so the oceans, the coral reefs, the mountains, the forests, that was part of my everyday life.
Yeah.
And part of what we do in this show is track some of the areas like Indonesia, Kenya, Patagonia, places where I've traveled. But it stirred, when I was a child, a sense of how big the world was. And how interconnected we all are.
Speaking of being interconnected, I mean, climate is one of those things that gets pushed down when things happen. For example, now we've got Ukraine, and there's a talk about let's ramp up production of fossil fuels because inflation, higher gas prices. Do you worry that that's going to push back the initiative?
Well, interestingly, when we see what's happened with Russia's invasion of Ukraine, it argues for us redoubling our efforts to wean ourselves off fossil fuels. Russia is emboldened and empowered in part because they think we have to buy their oil and gas. And one of the things I've been very encouraged by, because it's not easy to do, is the Biden administration's ability to mobilize Europe, countries like Asia and Korea, to say not only that we're going to sanction Russia for this vicious and unjustified invasion of an independent country, but also that we now have to think about how do we revamp our energy so that we are no longer dependent on these fossil fuels. It's not just that it is contributing to the heating of our planet, it's also that it ends up empowering folks that we don't want empowered.
Speaking of Vladimir Putin, you're one of the few people who've been in the room with him. Is this what you see happening now? Is this the Vladimir Putin that you had to deal with?
Putin has always been ruthless against his own people as well as others. He has always been somebody who's wrapped up in this twisted, distorted sense of grievance and ethnic nationalism. That part of Putin, I think, has always been there. What we've seen with the invasion of Ukraine is him being reckless in a way that you might not have anticipated 8-10 years ago, but the danger was always there. And I think that, as I said, the encouraging thing has been the extraordinary courage of the Ukrainian people, but also the ways in which the majority of the world has been repulsed by it and is reacting to it. We're all going to have a part to play in not only helping the Ukrainian people, but also looking at some of these larger trends. How can we reduce our dependence on fossil fuels so that we can shift to a more clean energy future? That's going to be good for all of us.
You talk about the current administration. You were just at the White House for the first time in 5 years. How did that feel?
It was wonderful to see some of the old team, people who we interacted with every day for 8 years, worked so hard, folks who looked after us, not just the policy people, but the staff that do the little things every day to make your life easier. The fact that I could leave, though, was nice.
Were you surprised that a lot of people, I think, when you made the joke, the Vice President Biden joke, were you a little surprised that people are like, hey, what's up with that?
No, look, President Biden and I have an extraordinary friendship as well as a professional relationship. Our families know each other. His grandkids are close friends with my daughters. And I think that, he understands what I came to understand when I was president, which is each of us, when we occupy that seat, you know, we're relay runners. You know, we're trying to move the ball forward. Issues are tough. It's not always easy, but you know, if we've got good people around us and a good team, we can get things done, and I think they're getting good stuff done.
This is what it looks and feels
With the latest, the bigger piece to the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
You get one beautiful life to live. What are you going to do?
This show is so fun, but having you as a positive force means really the world to me.
Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold, okay?
We have this circle of women that love each other.
I decided I'm going to go with the rhythm of life.
And you love riding the wave.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Yeah.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
You talk about, back in 2010, you talked about with the midterms, we took a shellac, you took a shellacking.
Yes.
What do you think is going to happen in this midterm election?
Well, it's too early to say. I mean, we're still far away. I will say this. I think the Biden administration has overcome some extraordinary circumstances. COVID, the economy, and now most recently Ukraine, and they have handled the policy right. But look, understandably, people feel exhausted by COVID. That was a traumatic experience for a lot of people, even tougher on a lot of working families who didn't have the option of Zooming from home when it came to work, and people who've lost loved ones. So that was tough, and that's going to that's going to dampen the mood of a country. Inflation is a real issue. A lot of it is having to do with the COVID and supply chains, and now Putin's gas tax, essentially, by virtue of his invasion of Ukraine. But the underlying economy, there's a good story to tell. I mean, unemployment is close to record lows. Wages are up. People are finding jobs. And so, you know, what I've said consistently is Democrats have to go out there and tell the story. And you know, we'll see how it plays out. Ultimately, the voters decide on this thing. The one thing I've always, that I learned, I guess, from my own experience is, you know, typically in any election, you know, you've got to tell a story that people find compelling, and you know, you wish sometimes if you built a better mousetrap that people would beat a path to your door, but sometimes you got to go out there and show them what a good mousetrap this thing is.
You know, you mentioned COVID. 80 million Americans. You've tested positive for it. How are you feeling?
I feel fine. I mean, look, I was fortunate that I did not get it until I had been vaccinated, I had been boosted, and I barely had symptoms. And you know, this is one of the arguments that, for those who are still hesitating about getting a vaccination, because they say to themselves, well, you got vaccinated and you still got COVID. I barely had any symptoms, and the risk of hospitalization or, you know, long COVID symptoms that linger on for years are an awful lot lower if you take advantage of this modern medical miracle that now has been tested on probably about 1 billion people with almost no evidence of any significant side effects. This is something that I hope people continue to take seriously and continue to take advantage of.
Post-presidency, how has life changed for you, Michelle, Sasha, and Malia?
Well, there's nothing that compares to the privilege and honor of serving the American people in the highest office of the land. There are times where I miss the work. There are times where I miss the incredible camaraderie that you build with a team of people who are incredibly dedicated, working amazingly hard, and you're in the foxhole together, right? The adrenaline that comes with that, and the team spirit that comes with that. I don't miss the hoopla though. I don't miss the confinement, and we're finding that we can be really productive, contributing citizens in all kinds of other ways. My work and Michelle's work with the foundation, we're training a whole new set of leaders all around the world and here in the United States who are interested in figuring out how do we solve big problems like climate change. Our ability to do projects like this one with the great national parks, which, by the way, not only do we have a show on Netflix, but we're also partnering with the Wildlife Conservation Society with something called Wild for All, and you can go on a website, Wild for All, and find out ways in which viewers can actively participate in helping to build a conservation mindset and appreciate our national parks. So there are a lot of fun things that we're able to do, but things that I think are meaningful as well, and I hope we are able to continue to do.
During your presidency, you protected more public lands, more waterways than any previous administration. Now that you are a private citizen, is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
I think it has to be one of the top priorities for all of us. Look, you and I were fortunate enough growing up, and it almost didn't matter where you were on the planet, where as we were coming of age, an environmental movement came about. If you were a little older than us and you were living in LA, you couldn't breathe because of the smog. If you were a little older than us and you were living in Chicago, the Chicago River caught on fire. Because of the environmental movement, all of us ended up living happier, healthier lives. And that was passed on to us because of the work of a generation before us. The threat of climate change is many times over a bigger threat than pollution was. Because if we start seeing temperatures tip to a point in which we can't reverse them, and oceans start rising, as you know better than anybody, the climate patterns and the jet stream, huge global systems start changing. The consequences for all of us, farmers, people who live on coastlines, the consequences for public health, insect-borne diseases, mass migration, conflict, those things are going to accelerate. And so I don't want to live, I don't want to leave that kind of legacy for my kids and my grandkids, and I don't think any of us do. And so that means that we've got to get to work. And the good news is that we have on the shelves right now technologies that, if we deployed them, wouldn't completely eliminate the greenhouse gases that are causing climate change, but would tampen them down and give us more time to create new energy sources. It's just a matter of will and us getting ourselves organized, and we're going to have to do that here in the United States as a major contributor to these greenhouse gases. We've got to set a good example, and then we're going to have to help mobilize the world. And that's not easy to do, but we've done hard things before.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece of the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
You get one beautiful life to live. What are you going to do?
This show is so fun, but having you as a positive force means really the world to me.
Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold, okay?
We have this circle of women that love each other.
I decided I'm going to go with the rhythm of life.
And you love riding the wave.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Love ya.
I love you too.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. NBC News, streaming free now.
You get one beautiful life to live. Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold.
We have this circle of women that love each other.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Love ya.
I love you too.
One last question on a personal note. Our son Nick is getting ready to go to college. He's about to leave. Deborah and I are like, I can't believe this. You've been through it. You got any tips for us as far as empty nesting?
Well, first tip is you are going to weep copiously when you drop Nick off at college, but you can't let him see you cry, so you drop him off, and then you quickly leave, and then you cry in the car. That's tip number one, because you don't want them to feel bad as they're getting all excited about their new life. You'll feel horrible.
Thank you.
Tip number two is you try to bribe them with like nice trips. Hey, we're going to Hawaii. You guys want to come? So that they show up and keep the refrigerator stocked because they can't afford, fresh fruit and things like that. But look, seriously, Michelle always said, and she's absolutely right about this, our job as parents is to teach our kids not to need us. And it hurts, but when you see them as accomplished, confident, kind, thoughtful, responsible people, then you know you've done your job. And it turns out that, after they've been away from you for a little while, they kind of remember, I sort of like them. And they start showing up again.
Absence makes the heart grow fonder.
Absolutely. You'll survive.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Appreciate you.
Appreciate it.
Good luck.
Thank you.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Part of why I'm excited about this show is so many of us are removed from nature most of the time, and one of the great inventions of America that has now been exported around the world is our national parks.
And I know you spent time as a kid in national parks.
I did.
And we've got some great kids
What's going
here
on, guys?
from the Boys and Girls Clubs of Greater Washington.
Hey!
I'm Joseph and I'm in 3rd grade.
And the former president is also hoping to inspire the next generation to get involved with national parks and share his love of nature. So we led some local kids on a scavenger hunt.
It was very nice to meet you. And Mom made you put on a tie today, huh? Yeah, it's okay. It looks sharp. Is this Team Roker over here?
Yes, it's Team Roker. Team Roker!
You guys, you know.
I want to be on your team.
No, you know what? Roker's team, he knows a lot about this stuff. So I think you guys will be all right with Team Roker. Let's see Team Obama, though.
Hey, Team Obama.
Hi, Obama.
Yes, sir. Nice to meet you.
What's your name,
He's
sir?
come to play.
Joel. Very nice
We're
to
gonna
meet
have
you.
to take his team down.
What grade are you in? Well, I am very excited about our kind of treasure hunt we got going here. A scavenger hunt. We're gonna go find stuff that's on our list, right?
Yes, sir.
And Ranger Aaron's gonna explain it all. This thing, where's my clipboard? All right, Ranger Aaron, how are we gonna do this?
Well, we got to set the expectation that this team is going to win. So, Team Obama going to win?
No! Is Team Roker going to win? All right. 1, 2, 3. Ready, set, scavenge. Here we go. Let's go.
Does anyone see any yellow flowers?
No.
You see some yellow flowers?
Yes, I see them. Right there.
Right there.
Yellow flowers. Okay, we're going to check that off our list.
I see trees on here. That's kind of easy. Am I right? I think that counts. That's big. That's bigger than a kid's arm span. Why don't you guys, let's make sure we're doing it right.
What about a big tree bigger than your arm span? Who can find a big tree that they can't hug?
You can't hug the tree. Can you hug that?
In the animal kingdom, it is the male that looks fancier, is more colorful, etc., because they're trying to attract the female.
Oh, yeah.
See?
So the wood duck we have here is brilliant greens and blues and oranges, all kinds of different color feathers.
So I think that means that it must be a male duck.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is this fungi?
It is.
So does anybody know the difference between a fungi and a moss? Ranger,
Fungi?
Yeah.
Is this going to be a fungi pun? Is this going to
No,
be like...
No, it wasn't a dad joke. I was actually asking a serious.
You see any? Oh, there go one. Is that a bluebird?
There's a bird.
I saw a bird right there.
They're right there on the branch.
Oh, we got this checked off our list.
Let's go.
And I hear some birds. So this is now peak migration, spring migration for birds. And there's, birders who like to check birds off lists, kind of like what we're doing, they want to attract the birds closer to them so that they can see those birds. That's how the way you can identify birds is by, like we were talking about the ducks, by looking at their feathers, right? And so to attract birds, you can fish by using your mouth, right? And then the birds are curious or interested as to what that noise is, and they can come closer so that they're easier to identify. Or you can use a bird call.
Oh, have you guys tried these?
No.
You want to try it?
But I'll try it with scissors. It makes
so
like
how
a
do you do
squeaky
it?
noise.
Twist.
Oh. Sounds like a bird, doesn't it? Whales that migrate they swim all the way down from Alaska. And then they swim all the back. I was born in Hawaii, yeah. That's what they do.
It starts with like an H like in
Honolulu. Yeah.
Very good.
Thank you. See, you know more than some people about where I was born.
All right. So this is skunk cabbage, guys. And why do you think they call it skunk cabbage?
Because it smells bad.
Well, let's have Mr. Al Roker see how it smells.
Gee, why me? Oh my, that's not good. That smells just like this. Has anybody smelled a skunk before?
Yeah, no.
No, yeah. You don't want to smell this.
We already smelled it.
Let's pass it around.
Hey, everybody take a whiff. Take a whiff of that.
It's not that bad.
Ooh.
Wow. You hang around with some smelly people.
No, I don't.
All right, let's pass it around.
What does stink?
Ooh. Is this the cabbage like you eat at home? To find a former president.
Does anybody know where there's a former president?
Where?
I think, Team Obama.
we've got to take advantage of something. One of the things on our list is a weather expert, so we're going to grab this guy and take a quick picture.
Cheese.
Do we have to take a pledge?
Yep, we must take a pledge and raise our right hand.
We should stand up for this.
Yes. All right, everyone stand up.
All right.
Raise your right hand.
Everybody ready?
Everybody
good? Everybody got their right hand up?
All right.
All
and
right.
repeat after me, loud and clear. Okay. As a junior ranger,
As a junior ranger,
I promise to learn.
I promise to learn
about the world around me.
about the world around me,
Explore the national park.
explore the national park,
And help protect the natural and cultural.
and help protect the natural and cultural
And historic resources
and historic resources
of the national park system.
of the national park system,
That they will be here forever.
so that they will be here forever.
You now are officially junior rangers.
Oh,
Yeah!
Congratulations. Man, and they get badges too?
Wow, very cool.
And a certificate
Welcome to our Today All Day special on climate change and solutions. One of the biggest issues facing us today, and we're exploring every angle as part of our growing Today Climate Initiative.
It's a key part of our reporting every day, and now we are taking an even closer look at some of the women leading the charge to save our planet.
Featuring pieces by our own Morgan Radford, Blaine Alexander, Kristen Dahlgren, and Ann Thompson.
We'll showcase groundbreaking ways fashion designers are creating sustainable clothing.
And new pushes for school buses to go electric.
How students dealing with climate anxiety are turning fear into action.
And we're going to meet some trailblazing female scientists at NASA using new technology to learn about the climate.
Now, as we know, fashion trends may come and go pretty quickly, but the clothes that are actually churned out of that cycle last so much longer, and many are piling up in massive landfills.
So NBC's Morgan Radford spoke to several women who are pushing the industry forward, finding creative ways to cut down on waste and help consumers stay fashionable and sustainable.
Lights, camera, and sustainable fashion. A new push for a cleaner, greener, more sustainable future from an industry long known for its impact on our environment.
For someone who has never heard of sustainable fashion, how would you describe it to them?
Well, sustainable fashion was born within the fashion industry in order to redress a social and an environmental balance.
Orsola de Castro is the founder of Fashion Revolution, an organization encouraging fashion brands and consumers to reduce their global footprint.
Why do you think fashion needs a revolution?
We need to see an industry that is transparent, which is against all principle of the fashion industry. And within the word revolution, there is also the word evolution. And the fashion industry is an ancient industry that designed itself to be deliberately exploitative. Sounds a bit absurd, but in terms of modernity, the fashion industry is incredibly old-fashioned.
And the backlash from images like these have caused consumers to take notice. Right now, the fashion industry makes up 4% of carbon emissions and throws out about 92 million tons of clothes a year, which is why 60% of fashion executives have already invested in or plan to invest in recycling materials.
So it's a purple dye, a little forsythia slipped into there.
Cara Piazza, a New York-based designer, runs her own small business, dyeing and recycling clothes with plant-based products and shipping them to consumers and larger suppliers.
We will take your bouquets and your wedding arrangements from your wedding, and then we create something that immortalizes the special day.
How important is that reuse process in being sustainable?
I think it's extremely important. I think it's the most important.
Is that what you're doing? Are you reusing items that you dye?
Our clients will send us their old garments. So, like, let's say you have a t-shirt that has a stain on it. We can either rebundle dye it for you or throw it in one of our colors, and then you have a new item.
All plant-based dyes?
Plant-based dyes, yes.
Why is that important to you to do something that's healthier for the environment?
That's a great question. So for me, I just don't feel like I have another choice. I think if we're going to be making something that we're putting out there, it's really important to do it with the most integrity that you can and in a way that really helps the planet.
And she hopes bigger fashion houses will follow suit. Everlane is a clothing brand that prides itself on what it calls radical transparency, sharing with consumers where their products come from.
Many companies don't even have visibility or know where their raw materials are being sourced from, sometimes where even their garments are being made. You know, people are always going to buy clothes, and I think we have to be able to do what we can within the supply chain and really work to start bettering it.
And buyers are taking notice. A recent study showed that 43% of Gen Z consumers shop with sustainability in mind and are willing to spend 10% more on sustainable products. But another report found that while most want to help, 80% of overall shoppers still say getting the best value for their money is the top priority when buying. That's why budding designer Caro Butler, who's a student at the Fashion Institute of Technology, says for her generation, it's important to remind companies that fashion and conscious consumerism can happen at the same time.
As a future leader in this industry, what would you say to current leaders who maybe don't get why sustainability is so important?
I think my generation will really set on the values that we want to see in brands. If a fashion brand wants to be successful in 5 to 10 years, they have to enable sustainable practices, move towards a circular economy in order to keep that generation buying their products.
That's why everything she's making comes from reused items.
This is your professor's discarded arm sling, and you're going to turn it into
a closure for the jacket. And I'm trying to figure out what to do with the rest of it. I haven't come up with a solution for that.
Her professors say starting with this generation of students is the only way to make a real and lasting change.
Well, you know, we are educating the next generation of leaders in the industry, and they are very committed to saving the planet and understand that as a society, we really cannot continue in the way that we have practiced and worked for the past number of years.
Which is why sustainable ethics are woven into the school's curriculum.
How important is education in this process to achieving a sustainable future?
You have to open their mind and make them aware of the steps that they are taking or not taking that are contributing to it or taking away from the issue. So I think it's just the most important thing we can teach them right now.
So this is ground zero when it comes to achieving a sustainable future.
Correct. Because if you're not sending new young blood out into the industry that is made up of dinosaurs like me, you're not going to be able to create a new mentality.
A push for a brighter future and a more sustainable one.
If you're looking to help from your own closet, try repurposing your old clothes, like turning a t-shirt into a headband or a cleaning cloth, or repair what you have to give it a new life. And for donations that just can't be worn, try finding an organization that recycles fabric.
You've turned t-shirts into like
a blanket.
That's right.
And this I rented.
That's right. and this used to be old t-shirts. Now on to schools and the buses that bring millions of our kids back and forth every day. So many districts across the country are hoping to make a big change.
The U.S. transportation sector accounts for almost a third of the nation's greenhouse gas emissions, and approximately 500,000 school buses make up the country's largest public transportation network.
One national parent-led organization is pushing for all-electric, zero-emission school buses. NBC's Blaine Alexander took a ride on one to learn about all the changes coming.
For generations, it's been a school day staple, the resounding rumble of the big yellow bus. But some advocates hope that will soon change.
The biggest thing you hear right off the bat is it's so much quieter.
Here in Fulton County, Georgia, this school bus is completely electric. No engine, no fuel, and perhaps most notably, no harmful tailpipe emissions.
Where the normal fuel door would be for a regular diesel bus, comes over,
plug in
instead. It just plugs in. And there we go.
This Metro Atlanta school district added its very first electric bus to its fleet last year. But environmental advocates like Almeda Cooper hope it's the first of many more like it.
So being on this bus, does this bring back memories?
It does, it does, it does.
Cooper is a national field manager with Moms Clean Air Force, a national group of parents who have made it their mission to fight air pollution and climate change.
What is it about the nature of a school bus that makes them so concerning to you?
We're talking about 25 million children, riding them twice a day. It's idling. it's standing, it's waiting, and those tailpipe fumes, which are dangerous and harmful to breathe, are going into the air. That's not good for any child.
She says the harm stretches far beyond the schools as buses crisscross through neighborhoods and on city streets and highways. In fact, the air quality in Fulton County, the most populous county in Georgia, has received a failing grade from the American Lung Association.
Transportation is the largest contributor to global warming and to poor quality of air that we have. And the traffic that we have in Atlanta is notorious, and lots of it.
Traffic.
Including school buses.
Including school buses, yes.
According to the Environmental Protection Agency, exposure to diesel exhaust can cause serious health conditions like asthma and respiratory illnesses and can worsen existing heart and lung disease, especially in children and the elderly.
When do you first remember having an asthma attack?
I just remember in elementary school, early on.
17-year-old Rain Blassingame and her mom, Katrina, know the value of clean air all too well. A lifelong athlete, Rain suffered from debilitating asthma as a young girl. Her mom says the attacks would often get bad in the fall.
As they continued year after year, I just noticed, oh, it's happening at this time of the year, every year, at the beginning of school.
Did you turn your attention to diesel-run buses at one point?
You know, as I look back now, as we're getting more information about the pollution that diesel school buses emit in the air, maybe. We know the school buses, the windows are down, the kids they think they're getting fresh air inside the bus, and really the pollution is just coming inside the bus where they are. So electric school buses would cut down on that. And we know the effects that pollution has on kids, like Rain.
It's an issue that's gotten the attention of the Biden administration. The newly passed infrastructure bill earmarks $5 billion over the next 5 years to help send thousands of electric and low-emission school buses to districts across the country. In Fairfax County, Virginia, school officials are working to transition the district's entire fleet, the second largest in the nation, to electric buses by the year 2035. It's a goal applauded by EPA Administrator Michael Regan.
Fairfax County Public Schools is demonstrating exceptional leadership in being an early participant in what we hope will be a widespread nationwide movement. Zero-emission school buses can and one day will be the American standard.
Of the nation's more than 500,000 school buses, electric models make up less than 1%. And industry insiders say transitioning the entire fleet will require more funding and an energy system overhaul.
I think the federal funding is something I'd hit as a super first step. When you get into the broader, needs of converting to or converting away from a petrol fuel system to an electric system, there are massive amounts of energy infrastructure requirements that are only beginning to be assessed, in my estimation.
But for kids like Rain, it's a change that can't come soon enough.
So people who have asthma, like I did, don't have to worry about it as much, and they won't have as many asthma attacks, especially if they have it around the same time during school. Just less pollution in general would help out with anyone who has asthma.
Just better air to breathe.
Yeah.
Just this month, Boston's mayor announced the city would replace its entire fleet of school buses with electric vehicles by 2030.
Now, while electric buses may cost more up front, they'll save a lot on the backside of this with maintenance and fuel down the line. And with gas prices these days, that payoff could come even sooner.
Yeah, probably. Up next on our Today Climate Special, we are going to explore how young people are taking action, not just for the environment, but for their mental health, too.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
You get one beautiful life to live. What are you going to do?
This show is so fun, but having you as a positive force means really the world to me.
Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold, okay?
We have this circle of women that love each other.
I decided I'm going to go with the rhythm of life.
And you love riding the wave.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Yeah.
I love you too.
This is what it looks and feels
With the latest development, the bigger piece to the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
You get one beautiful life to live. Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold.
We have this circle of women that love each other.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Love ya.
I love you too.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Welcome back to Today Climate and the new issues and solutions that are now underway. Study after study shows climate change weighs heavily on younger generations, and that fear for the planet's future is even driving some to seek therapy.
NBC's Kristen Dahlgren spoke to students about the toll on their mental health and how a new generation is turning anxiety into action.
On the lush green campus of the University of Vermont, nature feels like it's always just steps away. But for many students, so does climate change.
I feel like you can't really think about a lot without thinking about climate change and the worry that comes with that.
Emma Wardell is a 21-year-old student here, suffering from a phenomenon so common it's been labeled eco-anxiety, emotional distress caused by climate change.
That could be anxiety-provoking, especially when it's constantly looking at the threat of catastrophes.
She's not alone.
Who here has suffered from eco-anxiety?
Definitely.
Yep. All three of you.
Well, to me, it was just kind of like a feeling of like helplessness.
I honestly get a sense of pure sadness sometimes.
I feel like I've, for a long time, always had that kind of dread.
A 2021 study of 10,000 young people around the world found that an overwhelming majority were at least moderately worried about climate change. More than half reported emotions like sadness, anxiety, powerlessness, and guilt. And 3 in 4 said they thought the future was frightening.
What will the future be? Will we have a future? Like, are humans gonna make it, So those kind of questions are really, really heavy.
Do you feel like your generation's been left to save the world?
Yeah, I feel like a lot of the pressure has been put on us. We feel that pressure, and that's kind of like dictating our actions and our steps towards the future.
For some, it has become such a burden, they are rethinking reproducing.
On one hand, I'm sure I'll want to someday, but on the other hand, like what lives would those children live?
I'm not sure if I'll have children on my own, but it is pretty tragic that we're actually reevaluating.
I don't know if I can really rationalize having kids in the kind of environment that we currently have and that we're creating. I mean, it's kind of hard to grapple with the fact that something that you might have once wanted, you can no longer have, not because of anything that you yourself might have done, but because the world has kind of made it so.
We ask at our intake sessions about different things that might worry kids and teens, and climate change has been a topic that's come up quite a bit, just anecdotally.
Dr. Kelsey Hudson is a clinical psychologist and researcher at Boston University, who, like an increasing number of clinicians, now treats young people for eco-anxiety.
So really what we're trying to do is help therapists become trained in how to talk about climate change. There's a kind of a growing understanding that government inaction is correlated with climate distress.
How important is it that young people, or really anyone, I guess, recognize that this eco-anxiety is real, it's a thing, and to seek treatment if they're feeling some of these feelings?
Experiencing climate-related emotions is a very natural and reasonable response to this huge crisis.
Emma now sees a therapist who specializes in eco-anxiety, and she's joined an environmental club that she says has turned into a sort of climate support group. Clubs like hers are popping up at schools and in communities all around the country for a generation that's turning their climate fear into action.
There's gotta be more action and less talk.
I like to frame it as we've been drafted into the climate fight.
The fact that I'm dedicating myself to this kind of is empowering in a way.
What types of things do you find help you?
It's kind of simple, but just being out in nature, really, if you're feeling worried or sad or anxious about the environment. Go out and be with the environment.
A way to refresh and maybe see things through a new lens.
Do you have hope that we as a planet can still reverse things and make changes necessary?
I do have a lot of hope because I just don't accept that as our reality. And just the people that I'm going to school with and that I'm inspired by every day, just seeing how passionate and motivated they are about their beliefs and what they're trying to do, I can't help but feel hopeful for our future.
Wow, it seems like there is some great hope for the future if these are the students who are leading it.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, coming up next on Today Climate, we are going to introduce you to 4 incredible women at NASA studying climate change.
This is what it looks and feels
from the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes. New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
You get one beautiful life to live. What are you going to do?
This show is so fun, but having you as a positive force means really the world to me.
Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold, okay?
We have this circle of women that love each other.
I decided I'm going to go with the rhythm of life.
And you love riding the wave.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Love ya.
I love you too.
This is what it looks and feels
from the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes. New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. NBC News, streaming free now.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Now, at Today Climate, we're spotlighting the women on a mission to save our warming world.
NASA's Earth Science Division studies our planet's climate by conducting missions here on Earth and up in space.
Ann Thompson went to NASA's Goddard Space Flight Center in Greenbelt, Maryland, to learn more about the trailblazing women leading these impressive efforts.
As the consequences of our warming world become ever more apparent, these 4 NASA scientists, all women, work to understand what's happening now and reveal what could happen in the future.
From a scientific standpoint, is the world facing a climate crisis?
Well, certainly the changing climate and the distributed effects are creating challenges around the world.
And we see those extremes happening now, right? We see more pervasive drought, we see extreme rainstorms, we see changing nature of hurricanes.
This is not a future problem.
No, this is happening today. We see it day in and day out across the Earth system.
Leslie Ott is a climate scientist looking at where the carbon dioxide we create goes. Dahlia Kirschbaum focuses on climate change and landslides.
Some of the work that I do is looking at how landslides may be impacted by more extreme rainfall around the world.
Lola Fatoyimbo studies the role of forests and coastal marshes.
As they are making oxygen, they are taking up carbon dioxide and they are storing all that carbon in their vegetative matter.
So they're allies in the battle against climate change.
Absolutely.
Leading them, Karen St. Germain, the director of Earth Science for NASA.
NASA uses the unique vantage point of space, and that allows us to look at the whole Earth as a system, and that's the key to really understanding climate change.
NASA itself is changing. 50 years ago, in 1972, women made up 2.5% of NASA's permanent science and engineering force. Today, they account for just over 24%.
Should people be surprised that there are 4 women working on climate science at NASA?
I hope not.
Everywhere I go, working with the scientists at NASA, I see women, I see people of all different races and ages, and I think that's so important because that diversity of experience, life experience, leads people to ask different questions.
What is the barrier you see for young women to follow in your footsteps?
I think it's really important for young women and young students in general to know that you can be yourself, whoever you are, however you are, and still be a NASA scientist.
For these 4 women, the pursuit of science is rooted in the personal. Lola is the mother of 2 boys.
One of the key roles that we play as scientists is to not only do the science, but also to communicate it and to teach it to the next generation.
Dahlia has 3 children.
I work with my kids to talk about math and science so they're not scared. They really want to lean in and understand it.
Leslie was inspired by her scientist parents.
This was my parents' language for understanding the world, and that's what I grew up with, and I think that's really shaped, where I am today.
Karen, from what she saw as a climate researcher.
My earliest research in earth science was looking at Arctic ice, and it's been shocking to me how much Arctic ice has shrunk over the years.
Now, to help them understand the oceans and atmosphere, a new satellite mission called PACE for plankton, aerosol, cloud, and ocean ecosystem.
Here, let me give you a sneak peek of the satellite. As you can see, it's a work in progress, but once it's finished and launched, it will orbit the Earth every 90 minutes. It will completely cover the planet in 2 days, and it's expected to stay in space a minimum of 3 years.
Beth Weinstein is the project manager.
Hey, Beth.
Hi.
Ultimately, all those 3 instruments together, what will they tell scientists about what's happening here on Earth?
I mean, we're really just trying to understand how all these large parts of the Earth work together. How do the oceans work with the atmosphere? How does the changing ocean affect what's going to happen to us? So there's a lot of scientific questions that we hope to answer with our mission.
Though daunting, these scientists believe the solutions to climate change are within our reach.
Our endeavor, Earth Science, really is an international endeavor, so we partner with agencies around the world, all because when we work together, we can do more than the sum of what each could do individually. We can be more ambitious, and we think the challenges we're facing really demand that ambition.
Is that a template for solving climate change, for stopping climate change?
I think absolutely, because the Earth works as a whole system, we have to work together, and that can start with working together to understand what's happening.
So this is so cool because NASA's Earth observations are freely available to anyone who wants to use their data and can even help study our planet's climate by acting as a citizen scientist.
And that's it for us and our Today Climate Special. Climate change is real and complex, but with the tireless work of the amazing people we showcase today and the others that are still working out there, we know that there's definitely hope.
It does feel like there's some hope. Thanks to Ann, Morgan, Kristen, and Blaine for sharing these important stories today. And check out Today every day on all of our platforms for the very latest on our environment and how we can navigate our changing planet together.
Bye-bye.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
This is what it looks and feels
from the storm zone.
The bigger piece of the puzzle comes. New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
NBC News, streaming free now.
This is what it looks and feels
With the latest developments. The bigger piece to the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. NBC News, streaming free now.
The answers come when you need them most. Ooh, let it go.
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little
Al Roker.
What am I doing here?
When you think Texas, you think beef, brisket, and barbecue. But here in Austin, the state's capital, there's so much more than that. We've got folks and chefs from all around the world who are putting their mark on this city's culinary scene. And in fact, the spices and traditions that pay homage to their families are making Austin a hot food scene.
It's really kind of this melting pot of different people, their culture, and their food.
The creativity and the flavor that they put into the food is really artistry, right?
It's really the diversity of food. Like, you can get some of everything here.
So what keeps Austin weird and tasty? We're about to find out. It's time to head out of Studio 1A and hit the road for a new kind of culinary adventure. Follow me as I taste some of the most iconic foods around the country and meet the families behind them. Together, we're going to learn how a good meal has the power to connect us to our past, our future, and each other. Austin is home to over 1,200 food trucks in food parks just like this one. But we're here for one specific truck. We're here for Tony's Jamaican, serving up fine Caribbean fare to Austin for more than 10 years. Meet food truck owner Tony Scott and his wife Kim. From humble beginnings in Kingston, Jamaica, Tony has made Austin his home since 2003, and he has always had a passion for flavorful food. When did you start cooking? How young were you? 10. Tony's mother Hyacinth taught her sons how to be self-sufficient, especially in the kitchen. So you learned from Mom early on? Yes. What was it about cooking that you liked?
I don't know, I like food at those days.
Those skills learned during childhood would help Tony define his career. For nearly a decade, he worked a small beachside business, serving jerk chicken and drinks to tourists in Jamaica. But after 9/11, tourism to the island stalled. So Tony moved to the U.S. in search of better opportunities, eventually landing in Austin. With construction booming in the state capital, Tony quickly found a job as a painter, but it was his homemade lunches that reignited an idea. You're working, you bring in Jamaican food that you made, some of your friends taste and say, where'd this come from?
Yes, I cook my own food, and they was like, oh, you should, open a restaurant.
And it's been 10 years.
10 years now.
The 60-year-old chef opened Tony's Jamaican food truck in March of 2012. And his wife, Kim, has been one of his biggest supporters since the very beginning. What was the first meal he cooked for you?
Curry chicken and rice. And he invited me over, and once I had it, I didn't want to ask for more. You know how ladies are, we try to eat a little bit, maybe the salad kind of thing, don't want them to know that we that greedy. But it was so good, I asked for seconds.
So when Tony says, I want to do a food truck, your reaction?
I said, a what? I said, a food what? And I knew nothing about food trucks or however. So it was just all his idea. I just followed along. He said he wanted to do something. He had a vision. I said, okay, let's try it.
Despite high praise from friends and family for his grub, Tony's business wasn't exactly booming from the start.
When you first opened up, was it successful right away?
No. I came out here 10 o'clock in the morning and I was all here till 3 o'clock the next morning. I make $37.
Wow.
And, you know, I was still happy when I go home and she was like, how much money you make? And I was like, $37. And she break out laughing. And I was like, don't worry about it. And next day I come and I make $50-something, and the next day I make $80-something. And I said, okay, I'm seeing increase.
Tony taking advantage of the South by Southwest crowds that flocked to Austin in early March. Shortly after the festival, his fledgling business got a big boost with a small write-up.
Kim, what was the game changer? What put this place over the top?
Wow. His presence and his dedication.
Jerk chicken and oxtail?
Now, loyal customers are visiting this hotspot daily, decked out with the colors and vibes of Jamaica. From curried chicken and goat to jerk everything, food fans walk away feeling the island love. In 2018, Tony laid down more permanent roots in Texas.
You opened up a brick and mortar restaurant. Were you nervous about that?
A little bit. It was a lot of...
Let me hear. Kim, were you nervous about that?
Oh, yeah, I'm so glad you asked me that question. Yes, I was. It was something totally different, and from a food truck going into a brick and mortar. I didn't come from the restaurant industry. I came from the finance side. Coming in, I was telling Tony, I said, I got this. You know, I can run this, no problem. But oh, no. I was ringing the red light bell, like, hey, I need some help. It was challenging, but also it was fun.
Kim now helping run the business for both locations.
Family always mean a lot to restaurant. You know, sometimes she would say, you never know, one day it might be just me and you. You got to show me how to cut this meat.
This is what it looks and feels
With the latest, the bigger piece to the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
This is what it looks and feels
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
You get one beautiful life to live. Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold. We have this circle of women that love each other. This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric. Love ya. Love you too.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
This is what it looks and feels
With the latest, the bigger piece to the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Jerk chicken and oxtail.
Thank you very much, sir. Have a great day.
You too. God bless.
Tony Scott dishes out hundreds of plates to hungry customers each day, but he's best known for one Caribbean specialty.
My mother is Jamaican, and in our house, oxtail was king.
Yes.
Oxtail stew, oxtail and dumpling.
Yeah.
Oxtail.
My mom is Southern, and she actually mentioned it to me. I said, oxtail, and she just said it was a beef. So I've never really had it.
And then when you first had it?
It was delicious, and I eat it all the time now. That's the problem.
Isn't it interesting that it was the cheapest cut of meat? Now it's considered a delicacy. You go to all these upscale restaurants, oxtail ravioli, oxtail rice, all that. It's now everybody's into oxtail.
I know. No, I'm scared to go in a restaurant and not oxtail. The price is so high.
Bring on the oxtail stew! Tony frequently sells out of the succulent oxtail, and it was finally time to see and taste why.
Welcome to the truck, Mr. Hahn.
Oh, yeah. Oh, it smells good. Smells like Jamaica.
Oh, this is the oxtail, the famous oxtail that everybody go crazy over. And these are like the Jamaican product seasoning that we use. This have a good flavor to it.
Oh, wow. Tony's oxtails are seasoned with a spice mix that includes garlic powder, dried onion, paprika, black pepper, sugar, salt, and a few chef secrets.
This is my product that I make. It's have like onion, bell pepper, Scotch bonnet pepper. Also have a little bit of garlic in there.
So this is like your own concoction?
Yes. And then this is another Jamaican product they call. You ever have Blue Mountain coffee?
Yeah.
They say it's the best coffee in the world. Well, this is the Blue Mountain product of burnt sugar.
Oh, wow.
And this is what we pour on it last. Give it that good color. Then we just mix this up. Make sure you rub it in properly. You want everything to rub into it. Normally, if you take a smell of it, even right now,
oh yeah,
you see, you can smell that flavor in it, and it don't even cook.
It smells good.
Right.
He then lets the oxtails marinate overnight. Then they're added to a pot with water and slow cooked for several hours.
This, what it comes out to be.
Oh, now we're talking.
For you to taste.
So I came to Austin. The result, truly out of this world.
You see how it fall off the bone.
Oh, yeah.
You know, we make sure it cook real tender because dental is very expensive. And you know, you go to some place, you have eating that meat and you have to be here to get it off the bone. You don't do that when you come here.
Good thing Tony feels like talking. I'm too busy eating. And it doesn't stop with the oxtails.
How is it, Mr. Hall?
That's fantastic.
This is curry goat right here. Taste that. This is the jerk pork.
Oh, jerk? I've never had jerk pork before. Oh.
And that's also my homemade jerk sauce that I make. Whoa. Okay, this is the famous curry chicken. And this is the carrot.
Oh, so at least I can say I had my vegetables today.
Yes.
Look at how tender that chicken is. Tony also serves traditional peas and rice, which brought on a wave of nostalgia.
This is black bean.
When you open that pot, I thought, wait a minute.
Yeah.
This is my mother's peas and rice. This is great. And just when I thought I'd had enough, wait a minute, I noticed.
These are beef patty.
I gotta try that. Oh, that's a great crust. As a reminder of how far Tony's love for cooking has taken him.
If you look up here, you see these little pots. This pot right here is when I just started out. This is what I usually cook rice into.
Wow.
The reason why I keep this pot to show people is where Tony's Jamaican food is coming from.
So what would you tell people who are thinking they've got a dream, they want to start something like you did? What would you tell them?
First, you have to motivate yourself to do it. And never give up on your dream. My mama always tell me, don't make nobody tell you you can do nothing.
Tony, thank you so much.
It's a pleasure, Harlan. It is nice meeting you.
It feels like I'm back in Jamaica.
I'm glad you have that feeling.
Everything going to be all right.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
This is what it looks and feels
With the latest, the bigger piece to the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
This is what it looks and feels.
With the latest, the bigger piece to the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
You get one beautiful life to live. Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold. We have this circle of women that love each other. This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric. Love ya. I love you too.
NBC News, streaming free now.
You get one beautiful life to live. What are you going to do?
This show is so fun, but having you as a positive force means really the world to me.
Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold, okay? We have this circle of women that love each other. I decided I'm going to go with the rhythm of life.
And you love riding the wave.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric. Love ya. I love you too.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Just a few miles from the hustle and bustle of downtown Austin is Mekon Bistro. It is a spot that's loved by locals and tourists alike for its Vietnamese comfort food.
Who's the better cook in the family? I'm not gonna even bother asking my mom about that because my mom is hands down the best cook.
Coi như là con tôi nói thằng này nấu ngon nhất.
Chef Will Hyun and his siblings opened Mekon Bistro to honor their mother, Anh Hang, a refugee who fled Vietnam after the fall of Saigon and working tirelessly to provide for her family in the United States.
She took a chance to travel across the ocean with nothing in hand, working ever since she's been over here, working from morning to night, and still provide us with a hot meal every day.
When Mekon first opened, Will hoped that his mom would finally stop working, but Anne had other plans.
Technically, she's retired, but like I said, she would not stay home.
Anne's passion for food starting in her home country.
Mẹ chỉ hồi khoảng 17-18 tuổi đó là đi theo mấy người ở dưới quê mình ta đi nấu đám cưới này kia nọ. Rồi thì thích nấu vậy thôi.
In 1972, Anne married Kia Huynh. They had 4 children in Vietnam. Anne turning to cooking to help support the family.
Nấu ngoài chợ bán thì chỉ có khoảng 2 tháng cỡ đó. Thì cũng bán nấu hủ tiếu nấu đồ Việt Nam thôi.
This is my dad and my mom, like right before the fall of Saigon.
When the Vietnam War ended, the family was looking toward a better future in their homeland. But in 1975, the Viet Cong began to invade Saigon.
Giải phóng vô thì mẹ muốn tự do, không có muốn ở bên Việt Nam nữa, muốn đi tìm tự do.
Anne's husband fled the city first, Will leaving when he was just 7 years old.
It was scary. We left separately, me with my uncle and my mom with my 3 sisters that came a year later, because if you get caught, you were thrown in jail. Luckily, we made it out. We were rescued by cargo boats, but they rescued us. They took us to the Malaysian refugee camp.
Will and his uncle secured refugee status, eventually reuniting with Will's dad in the U.S. In the years spent apart from his mother, Will began experimenting in the kitchen with a little nudge from his uncle.
He told me that, there's only 2 of us. You're gonna have to do your share, so learn to cook something.
In 1983, Anne made the journey to the U.S. with her daughters.
Đi vượt biên thì nó đi tàu nhỏ thì nó cũng hơi khó khăn, nhưng mà qua được tới ấy rồi đoàn tụ gia đình thì rất mừng. Tại vì chồng con gặp lại mặt chồng con hết, thành ra rất là sung sướng.
But adjusting to a new country as refugees was a struggle.
When we came over, nothing in our pockets. We relied on government assistance a little bit. Luckily, she's a great cook. So it wasn't bad for us at all. Growing up, that's how she shows us that she loved us by putting all that love into the food.
The family moving from Houston to Louisiana, finding work in the seafood industry. But Will wasn't so happy living in a small town. When his uncle invited him to attend high school in Austin, Will said yes right away.
I fell in love with Austin. The beautiful lakes, the miles of trails, the music scene. What's there not to love?
Austin's vibrant culinary scene struck a chord. After high school, Will found work in several restaurants, dreaming of being able to showcase his mom's cooking. In 2015, the entire family moving to Austin. But Ann still wasn't sure about opening a restaurant.
Asked her many times in the past to do something like that. She's dead set against it. She said it's just way too much work.
Eventually, Ann agreed to share her recipes for just one reason, her family.
Thích làm với con cái mới lên hát với con cho con. Chứ giờ lớn tuổi rồi thì cũng còn sống được bao lâu nữa. Thì là giờ cho con được ngày nào thì hay ngày nấy, thì hát cho con mình ngày nào thì hay ngày nấy thôi.
She's emotional because she basically she's doing everything for her kids.
The first dish Will added to the menu, his mom's pho.
So pho, at a restaurant is basically how we do pho at home. When we cook pho at home, it's a big pot that's gonna feed us for at least 3 days. We have pho for breakfast, we have pho for lunch, we have pho for midtime snack, we have pho for dinner, and pho at night for snack at night, until the pot's gone.
With the help of his family, Will created several new dishes.
Our menu does incorporate a lot of fusion Asian dishes, and that is because of the family business. My mom's a cook, I cook, my sister cooks, my brother cooks. Second beef dish was something that I've tried out. I consider myself a Texan. We love beef. It's a dish that my mom and I collaborated together to put out. Basically, just cubes of real nice tender beef that's been flashed in a wok.
It's been 6 years since Macon Bistro opened, and Will and his mom still love working together.
Làm ăn gia đình thì cái này cũng như giúp cho con thôi. Thì thấy nó tự xúc động rồi mình ấy thì thôi, chứ mẹ đâu có biết làm sao giờ. Mình thấy hy sinh cho con mình được thì ngày nào thì hay ngày ấy vậy thôi. Mình thấy nó xúc động vậy thôi.
I admire her greatly. The courage it takes just to make that journey and to just stick with us no matter thick and thin. She's my hero. She really is my hero.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
This is what it looks and feels
With the latest, the bigger piece to the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
You get one beautiful life to live. Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold. We have this circle of women that love each other. This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric. Love ya. Love you too.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Using food to bring younger generations closer to their heritage happens in families all across America. And it's happening here at Habesha with a husband and wife team who's using their restaurant to bring their daughters closer to their Ethiopian roots.
We want, more than anything else, people to be familiar with not just Ethiopian food, but Ethiopian culture. My name is Ine Fantu. This is my wife, Salama Bebe.
We run an Ethiopian restaurant called Habesha in Austin.
When it opened in 2013, Habesha was the second Ethiopian restaurant in Austin.
People, they come in here, we give them the food, they said, "Where's the fork?" Your hands.
Ethiopian food is eaten with injera, a fermented flatbread made with teff, a gluten-free grain.
You'll see a family dining, and everyone is on their phone eating and really not enjoying the event.
Not
you
in
cannot
here.
do that in Ethiopian restaurants. You have to use your hands. You can't.
Both of them.
That emphasis on family is everywhere at Habesha, from the Ethiopian art and decor to Yidney and Salam's daughters, who can often be found studying at the restaurant.
I think I was like around 4 years old when we opened, so like this is like my second home.
Salam and Yidney were born and raised in different parts of Ethiopia. In the 90s, they left Africa to attend college here in the United States. Yidney immigrating to Texas, Salam to Maryland, where her family owned an Ethiopian restaurant. A chance meeting bringing them together.
My dad was visiting a friend dining at her family restaurant, and she happened to be the waitress. And he overheard a music playing and asked her, hey, where could I get the CD? And she was nice enough to grab the CD and hand it to him.
But Yidney's dad was thinking about more than music. When he got home, he immediately gave his son a call.
And he said, hey, just call her and thank her for me.
When he called me, I was like, I give it to your dad, not for you. And then he kept calling me. I was like, okay, I think he's not gonna give up.
My dad was one who hooked me up to it.
They dated long distance before Salam moved to Texas, the couple marrying in 2003. Their daughters, Edel and Azel, are now teenagers.
I think we've always been around food. My mom's always cooking. For me, I love her pancakes. She makes the best pancakes.
Salam left the restaurant industry to focus on parenting, but Yidney knew his wife's heart was in cooking professionally.
What I saw in her was the passion to own her own business.
I really want to open a restaurant, and I love the customer service and cooking.
In 2012, Yidney and Salam finding the perfect location for their restaurant.
Austin is a very unique town in that there is people from all walks of life. And I think part of the reason that we are successful is because of that diversity.
Habesha's menu honors their Ethiopian heritage with many vegetarian dishes, from stewed yellow split peas to braised collard greens. They also serve more than a dozen dishes with beef.
Texas has a lot of people that loves meat, so we have a bigger selection of meat as well. And I think my favorite dish, and that is the kutfo, or the steak tartare. When it's done right, that's probably the best dish in the world.
There's a ground beef and mixed with butter and spices.
When the pandemic hit, Habesha's popularity helped save them from closure.
And I said, okay, this is it. I think we're gonna fall down now. And then people, they support us. They love to be here. They send us check. They send us cards. We have a good community.
The donations from fans kept them afloat until they figured out a to-go plan.
Before COVID, takeout business was only 3 or 4% of our business. And overnight, we had to do 100% of our business. And by nature, Ethiopian food is not takeout, so we had to figure out a way to package the food, to market the food.
After laying off most employees, the couple had to work non-stop. As the to-go business began ramping up, Edel and Azel pitched in to support their parents and save their beloved second home.
I would write down like the orders, like the online orders, and I would like put them in the kitchen and cleaning, washing the dishes, cutting the injera, like folding it, boxing up to-go orders.
They did a lot, and they're part of the reason why we're still around. So I'm sorry I get a little emotional when I talk about them, but yeah, they're incredible. They're just a love of my life. One of the things that we instill in them is knowing who they are, where their parents came from, and learning the culture, learning the food.
Salam is looking forward to a busier future at her dream restaurant.
I want to grow this business And a lot of people, they never had Ethiopian food. They had Chinese food, Italian food, or Indian food. So they don't know about Ethiopian food.
I'm really proud of her because like she gets frustrated at times, but she doesn't let that like stop her. A really big inspiration to me. Whenever things get hard, you just keep going.
Best part working with your partner is the fact that you're there for each other, to comfort each other when it's down and to be there when your partner needs you.
The best part of it, he knows what I can't do, he covered. The same thing, he cannot cook. So, okay, she can handle it.
With Austin's welcoming atmosphere, it's no surprise that more chefs are putting down roots in this fast-growing city.
It's everything from James Beard award-winning chefs and taqueros and even home cooks.
The thing that makes a food scene good is different cultures meeting each other and being able to influence each other.
The fact that anything is possible is what makes Austin such a cool place.
One thing that rings true here in Austin, no matter your background or culture, there's room for everyone at the table. Hi, and welcome to our Start Today special. I'm Al Roker. Our Start Today walking challenge, sponsored by Easy Spirit, began with a really simple goal, just to let's all get outside, go for a walk. But unbelievably, it has grown into something incredible. There are over 100,000 of you who are members of our online community, where everybody relies on each other for support and motivation. And this month, we wanted to kick it up a notch. Our November walking challenge is going to prepare us for walking or running a 5K. All you need to do, commit to 6 weeks of training. That's it. And we're going to do it together and reach that goal. But maybe you need a little extra motivation to get started on your walking journey. So just hang out. You could sit or you could stand and watch and maybe walk in place, because over the next half hour, we're bringing you some of our favorite Start Today success stories. We begin with a member of our Start Today community. Christy Pham found success with our fitness plan and now is inspiring others to get active one step at a time. But she did sit down with us over the summer to give us a hint. Take a look.
3 years ago, I had a miscarriage, which took a toll on my mental and physical health. I was in a dark spot. I was struggling with my weight, and I wanted to make a change. I decided to commit to walking every day for 100 days. I started on my own, but once I saw Al kick off the Start Today walking plan,
we're gonna get walking,
and joined the Facebook community, I suddenly had 80,000 people cheering me on and walking with me. My motivation skyrocketed. I noticed changes quickly. When I started walking in my hilly neighborhood, I had to stop and slow down along the way. Now those same hills are a breeze. My body changed too. Inches were coming off, I had more energy, and reduced depression and anxiety. For motivation, I have some friendly competition with a group of friends tracking our steps on our fitness watches, mainly looking to beat ourselves from past weeks. When I shared my progress in the Start Today group, I was overwhelmed by hundreds of positive comments, including from Al himself. My commitment to walking is now a permanent change. I'm well past my 100 days. And I have no plans to stop.
And Christy, good morning. Yay. We're so excited to hear your story in person because it really is so motivating. Because I'd imagine those first couple of days, the first week or two, when you actually decide to do this crazy thing, it's tough, right? What were you feeling?
It's very tough. One of the things that I learned is that you don't need the motivation to start. Mm-hmm. You get out there and the motivation will follow.
Ooh. I love that. Go ahead, Al.
No, well, I just was going to say, you've gotten to the point now, and I think I'm kind of in the same point, where you actually crave, physically crave, and mentally crave getting out there. If you don't, all of a sudden it's like, oh, I need to get out there.
Absolutely. When I first started, I was having a lot of health anxiety. And within a few weeks, when I started walking, I saw that anxiety go down. And so very quickly, I knew that I needed to get out there and do that walk in the morning. And I didn't have the anxiety anymore.
See, that's what I wanted to ask you, because I think, you know, quite often when we talk about exercising, it's always weight, which, look, it bothers a lot of us, or what's on the scale, inches, but it's more than that, isn't it?
Yes, absolutely. And you don't have to walk 20 miles. I started with 20 minutes, and I'm up to 2 miles a day, and that can change your life. It can change your body.
I'd imagine it's a weird thing, you know, to get that need to crave the exercise. You probably thought you'd never get to that point, but there are little victories you've had along the way that aren't scale related. So what have been some, you know, profound moments for you through this whole process?
Absolutely. One of the biggest moments was my identity changed. Before I was the plus size mom. I was worried about fitting in the seat or the chair. And even my son would refer to me as like the big mom. And a few weeks ago, he saw a woman walking. And he goes, "Mom, look, there's a walker like you." And it was an average size woman. And to have him refer to me as this average size woman was amazing.
It changes the way you feel about yourself. I mean, self-esteem, all that, and you find yourself. I think you're the same way I am, Christy. That you now start to push yourself. So instead of just walking, maybe add a little jogging to it as well. Did that surprise you?
Absolutely. I never thought that I would be jogging 137 days in, but at the 130 mark, I started jogging short intervals. So if I can do it, anybody out there can do it.
It's so great. When we started this start today, and Al was out there walking on the plaza. Al, did you have any idea what you guys were going to do?
You know, oh, we're going to walk. See, who's going to join this? And now we got to.
It's like your community, right?
Too. It is an exceptional group. There's
awesome.
180,000 people, and they are absolutely super motivational.
You guys have a small city.
Yes.
I know.
That's us. We're a whole village.
The whole village.
Walking every day.
That's so good.
Thank you, Christy.
That's great.
Thank you
Nice
so
to
much
meet
for sharing
you.
your story. It's so nice to meet you. And keep up the good work.
Thank you.
Christy says last time we spoke, she logged her 200th walk, down more than 80 pounds, and her energy is off the chart. Way to go, Christy, and keep logging those steps. Well, coming up, we're going to meet a couple who are walking miles side by side, and they say it's changed their lives in a big way. Then, a sisterhood of walking women stepping up for each other, and now that movement is spreading to cities all around the country. We'll be right back.
You get one beautiful life to live. What are you going to do?
This show is so fun, but having you as a positive force means really the world to me.
Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold, okay? We have this circle of women that love each other. I decided I'm going to go with the rhythm of life.
And you love riding the wave.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Yeah.
I love you too.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
You get one beautiful life to live. What are you going to do?
This show is so fun, but having you as a positive force means really the world to me.
Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold, okay? We have this circle of women that love each other. I decided I'm going to go with the rhythm of life.
And you love riding the wave.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Yeah.
I love you too. You get one beautiful life to live. Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold. We have this circle of women that love each other. This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Yeah.
I love you too.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
And welcome back to our Start Today walking special. Of course, walking is great for physical health, but also helps relieve stress and can increase mindfulness. I recently met one couple that's taking walking to a whole new level, lacing up their sneakers and logging some serious miles.
The ability to get outside and to be physically active during this time was frankly indispensable for our emotional health.
Mike Varley and Jesse Hyatt of Brooklyn, New York, had always made a hobby out of getting their steps in.
We decided to walk from San Diego to LA, which is 120 miles.
We did the length of Vermont, and we went from the Pacific Ocean to Olympia, Washington.
But during the COVID-19 pandemic, they stepped up their game.
I pitched to Jesse this crazy idea that we walk 5 marathons a week for 1 calendar year around New York City.
Driven by a desire to challenge themselves mentally and physically, the couple began walking 26.2 miles a day, multiple times a week, starting in June 2020.
I have been working in the fashion and textile industry.
She had her business and still managed to walk 3 days a week, and I walked the 5 days a week for the 1 calendar year.
Mike leaving his job at a video game company to dedicate himself full-time to the project. Before they hit the pavement, the two spending 18 months planning everything from their routes to meals to their outfits.
This was a full-time job. How did you financially support yourselves?
When I worked at the video game company, a large portion of my responsibility was tracking the budget. I have some good spreadsheet skills. Part of the 18 months was making sure that we saved up enough money to do this comfortably.
So, to take me through a typical walk.
The average day was 9.5 hours. And the first 3 months, what we were doing was hitting every neighborhood in New York City. And after we started doing a bunch of themed walks, we did one that was famous Brooklyn female vocalists and the high schools they went to, which was great. It really ran the gamut.
Over the course of the year, Mike and Jesse logged 7,000 miles, documenting their journey on their YouTube channel and podcast. They say the benefits went well beyond calories burned.
If I have a slight pain in my calf, that will go away. If I have that thought that's really making me feel nervous or uncomfortable, that will also go away. And it really was interesting just how the physicality of it mirrored and paralleled the mental experience.
So how did you guys change physically?
I think I lost somewhere between 15 and 20 pounds. Something that was the most affirming for me was that I still had like a little bit of belly fat going on at the end of the whole thing. If you're walking 7,000 miles and you still have a little bit of belly fat, maybe your body's okay. You know, like my body is what it is.
The walks pushed Jesse and Mike to make discoveries about themselves and each other.
I have the ability to conquer challenges and know that difficult experiences won't be forever.
I learned that I'm definitely with the right person.
This project is so special to us and so important. So we ended up inviting our friends and family to join us for parts of our final marathon. And we got married in Marine Park at the very end of the marathon.
It was honestly one of the best days of my life.
What would you say to somebody who's thinking, I'd like to do something like this?
It's just one step at a time. It doesn't need to be 26.2 miles each day. That is extreme. You can walk around your block. It could be 1 mile a day. It's just getting out and feeling the air and feeling the pavement or the grass under your feet. It's such a game changer. It feels so good.
What an inspiring story. I tell you, it wants to keep me walking right now. Well, from a couple to a sisterhood, the group City Girls Who Walk is made up of women who are bonding one step at a time. And trust me, when they go on a walk, you cannot miss them. Dylan recently found out how it all began.
If you would have told me 250 people would come to a walk in New York City, I would have never believed you.
Every walk is a good walk for Brianna Cohn.
It's one thing to go for a walk or go for a walk with friends, but you turned this into something huge.
I was feeling a little lonely, a little isolated, and I was like, what if I posted on my TikTok? What if we did a walk club where we just like drink our coffee, we chit chat, we leave our worries behind.
The 28-year-old fitness trainer, who had already amassed millions of followers across TikTok and Instagram, asked her community if they would join her for a walk around New York City's Pier 45.
People were like, oh my God, I want to join. This sounds amazing. Like, people were sending it to their friends, and I was not expecting that. I was expecting like 10, 20 people.
On her first group walk back in March of this year, more than 100 women showed up for a stroll, and City Girls Who Walk was born.
How would you describe a perfect walk?
You listen to that feel-good music, and you just get lost outside, lost in the time, and just a quick, like 30-minute walk. That's all you need.
Brianna didn't want the walking group to be a huge commitment. The plan was once a week for a 40-minute walk. That's it.
Some girls like go to brunch after, some just hang out and chat.
What is it about walking with others?
When you're walking by yourself, I feel like so many thoughts come into your head, but if you walk with someone else, you can kind of forget all of that and just talk about life and just like feel that connection.
The event blew up on social media with hundreds of women showing up week after week, forming a sisterhood in the process.
So who goes on these walks? Who's walking together?
It ranges, not kidding, from like 18 to 65, 70. Yeah.
Soon, women in other cities like Philadelphia, Boise, and Phoenix were creating their own branches of City Girls Who Walk.
What's some of the most meaningful feedback you've received from this?
I actually pulled up one of my favorite quotes that somebody said to me. They said, City Girls Who Walk has changed my life. It is so much richer and more full of love with dear new friends in a season when I really, really needed them. I can't thank you enough.
How does that make you feel?
It honestly, like, it could bring me to tears. Like, it's helped so many girls, and that's exactly why I started it.
The future is bright for Brianna. She started weekly picnics for city girls who don't feel like walking and is hoping to expand to group fitness classes as well.
What advice would you have for folks at home watching this who just kind of need that extra push to get off the couch and to just get outside?
I would love every single person to come. Just take that first step. Just like get off the couch, come. You don't have no idea like who's going to be there, who you're going to meet. It could be your best friend for like your life.
Dylan, thanks so much. And City Girls Who Walk just keeps on growing. They told us their last couple of walks, get this, had more than 400 folks walking with them. That is awesome. So by now, I know you are motivated to get moving. So our Start Today leader, fitness expert Stephanie Mansour, is going to share a full body workout that you can do anywhere. We'll be right back.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
You get one beautiful life to live. Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold. We have this circle of women that love each other. This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric. Love ya. Love you too. You get one beautiful life to live. What are you gonna do?
This show is so fun, but having you as a positive force means really the world to me.
Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold, okay? We have this circle of women that love each other. I decided I'm gonna go with the rhythm of life.
And you love riding the wave.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric. Love ya. Love you too. You get one beautiful life to live. Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold. We have this circle of women that love each other. This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric. Love ya. Love you too.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
You get one beautiful life to live. Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold. We have this circle of women that love each other. This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric. Love ya. Love you too. You get one beautiful life to live. Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold. We have this circle of women that love each other. This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric. Love ya. Love you too.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Oh, welcome back to Start Today. Okay, so we've heard some incredible success stories, and now we want to help you get started on your own journey. Today, fitness contributor Stephanie Mansour leads our Start Today online community. And this summer, she stopped by Hoda and Jenna with 3 women to share her blueprint to building a walking routine. She brought along these 3 members of our group to share the reasons why they walk.
My name is Cherie Dampier. I'm 56 years old, and I'm from Brooklyn, New York. I work in Department of Social Services. I began the Start Today program during the heart of the pandemic. Stephanie and the group itself was very encouraging.
I am doing our June workout plan while I'm talking to you.
I love to walk around New York City. The exercise became just a part of my life, and it became fun. I would encourage anyone, if you want to take charge of your health, You can do it.
My name is Maura O'Connor Service. I'm 56 years old and I'm from Orfield, Pennsylvania. I started the Start Today program back in October of 2021. During the pandemic, I did put on 40 pounds. When you're in your mid to late 50s and you have the hormones and the menopause and you've had children, it's an uphill battle. Hearing Steph just say, just do 5 minutes, just do a little bit. That really helped me.
Hi, my name is Jessica. I'm 45 years old and I live in Bethel, Connecticut. Since I started, I have a set goal of 6,000 steps and I've increased it as the months have gone on. I lost 25 pounds and lowered my cholesterol 20 points with Stephanie's motivation and energy and all the positive comments from everybody on the site. It's been great.
Hats off, ladies. That's amazing. All right, we're going to talk to you guys in just 1 second. But Stephanie, people are looking and saying, wait, I want to walk. But what's like your number one tip? What should we do first day?
The number one tip right now, if you're watching at home, stand up off the couch, get off your chair, and just start with a few
just
little
marching
steps.
right in front
yes.
of you.
Yes. Our Today.com workout plans only require 20 minutes a day, but if 20 minutes of walking seems too much, guys, go ahead and just aim for 10 steps. Then up the ante and go for 60 seconds, and then 5 minutes, and slow and steadily build your way up to those 20 minutes a day.
I mean, that's so smart. Okay, Jessica, let's start with you. What's something you want to work on?
So I'm an online teacher, and I sit a lot during the day. I don't get up.
Yeah.
So I think what I need help with is just the motivation to get out of my chair and leave that computer.
Yes. And what you can see here is Jessica's a go-getter. She's already lost 25 pounds this year alone, and she's set her step goal for herself. So what I recommend is instead of saying, okay, every hour I'm going to get up and walk around the house, she's not doing any of that right now. So let's say we're just going to do it one time a day. And if you pick once a day, then after a week of proving to yourself that you can get up once a day, then we can up it to twice a day. But slow and steady really does win the race, and she's a great example of that.
All right, let's talk. Cherie, if there's something you want to work on, what would that be?
It would be eating and nutrition. During the pandemic, I dropped at least 65 pounds.
Wow.
So the goal for me is it's a lifestyle. It's not about the number on the scale. It's a lifestyle. And going forward, maintaining that lifestyle.
You're incredible. All right, so what do you think, Steph?
Yes, so I always say we're going to start with habit creation and then we're going to get to lifestyle transformation. So Cherie's already got the exercise part down. When it comes to food, what I like to focus on is looking at food as fuel. We're not looking at food as good or bad, or we're good or we're bad because we eat certain things. We're looking at how can we sustain that healthy lifestyle, how can we fuel our bodies, and how can we consume more nutrients, and let any of the junk food, let that be there.
Yeah.
But focus on the nutrient-dense food first.
That's so smart. Okay, Maura, what about you?
I am in my mid to late 50s, I would say. And I've been on this journey for a while now, and I've not seen the scale move or inches in my clothing. And I am menopausal and hormonal.
Yes, all
and
the stuff.
I am just wondering how I could cut that, though, so I could see a little bit of results.
Okay, all right. That's a good question.
Yes,
Sometimes you get stuck.
Yes, and you get frustrated. But what I like to focus on is those non-scale victories. They're almost just as important as the scale. So if you're feeling an increase in energy, if you're sleeping better, if your mood, if you feel happier, if you feel more motivated, which Myra does. So the second thing that I would recommend doing, aside from focusing on non-scale victories, is also how can we level out those blood sugar levels, especially when we're hormonal and going through menopause, by eating protein every few hours. That's how we're going to stabilize our blood pressure, and also that's how we're going to stabilize our hormonal imbalances as well. So start with protein every 3 to 4 hours. I've got tons of food tips, guys, on our Start Today Facebook page. So this is where these ladies found me.
Wow, y'all are so inspiring.
Awesome, and we're going to be checking in with y'all too.
Stephanie always brings the great advice. And up next, you're going to show us how to take it beyond walking. We're going to show you how to add simple strength training moves to the routine you use when we come right back.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
You get one beautiful life to live. Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold.
We have this circle of women that love each other.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Love ya.
Love you too.
This is what it looks and feels
from the storm zone.
The bigger piece of the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. NBC News, streaming free now.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
NBC News, streaming free now.
We are back with Start Today. Hey, are you one of the 100,000 online community members who've done wonders with walking? Well, if you're not, you can still join in. But if you are, you may want to add even more moves to your fitness routine. Today, fitness contributor Stephanie Mansour, back, recently had some great ways to get stronger while we walk. Fitness trainer Stephanie Mansour, who leads our Start Today Facebook group, is here, along with some of our great Start Today Facebook members. Now, before we start out and get to you, Steph, we've got just some amazing folks here. We've first of all got Elizabeth Rogdakis, Lillian Mora, and Kim Atanasu, who is here. I told you I'd get that wrong, but anyway, we finally did. So, you're all cancer survivors.
We're cancer survivors, and we work for Northwell.
Okay.
And we're nurses.
Yeah, and you're nurses, so you're doing God's work. We appreciate it. And I got to tell you, I'm a prostate cancer survivor, and my doctor wanted me walking the first week I was back. How has it helped? How did that help?
I had surgery and was walking a week later also. Walking has allowed us to encompass many things. One of them being walking for health.
Right.
Walking for sanity.
Yeah.
Okay, we all are in
we
stressful
need that now.
jobs.
Yeah.
We worked right through COVID, and walking was the way we got out, shared, and supported each other.
Right.
Okay, and with the group now, I feel I'm a part of a group larger than myself.
Yeah. Oh, that's terrific.
Hitting that Facebook page in the morning and getting whatever tips are coming through to us.
Isn't it? Did you all like trying to get it done first thing in the day?
Yes.
This way, you check the box and you feel like you've accomplished something before you even go out the door. Really appreciate it. Okay, so Steph, how important, the walking is fantastic. You've got a future in this business. I'll tell you. Give up this nursing thing.
I might just
all
do
right,
that.
there you go. As long as you don't come after me.
You're getting ready to retire.
So Steph, why is it that we've done upper body or lower body, but the whole full body thing is important too?
So we are going to put this all together this month for everyone. So everyone loved the upper body workouts, right, ladies? Yes. All right. Everyone loves the walking, so we're going to step it up a little bit. We're going to do some lower body exercises as well this month, Al, and that's going to help us propel faster, propel easier in our walks, and also help us with balance and stability.
And how important is strength training?
Strength training is hugely important, especially as we get older. We're trying to really tighten up those muscles to firm up the bones.
Right.
And it's helping us to not, have more trips and falls. It helps us to get up and down from the couch easier.
Well,
makes us feel better in general, right?
We like that. Okay, so what's our first
All right,
move?
so the first exercise, we're actually going to start with the upper body with these dumbbells. So you can work out anywhere, anytime this month. All you need are a set of dumbbells. We've got 3 pounds here. Al, you and I are stepping it up with 6 pounds, all right? We're going to hug the elbows in. The first move is serve the platter. So we serve the platter forward. We open it out to the side, get a little chest stretch, come back through center, and then hug the elbows back in. Good. So we reach forward, extend out, stretching the chest, come back to center, and hug in.
And then how many reps are we going to do?
We're doing 10 reps of these. And Al, this is really important because it's helping us be able to swing our arms with better posture while we're walking. Strengthening the upper body. Balance is we're engaging the core here, so belly button pulls in towards the spine. And then we do this move, 10 times, like I said, and then we move on to the next exercise.
Okay, what's the next one?
All right, so the next exercise is for our lower body, specifically the outer hip, to help us with that stability. So I've got our modification people over here. You're going to be doing a side leg lift. All right, so we lift that leg out to the side. And then for the full version, we're doing a side lunge and coming to center. So let's everyone do it together. Here we go. Side lunge and center. Side lunge, good, and center. Our modifiers over here, if you have knee issues, hip issues, if your bones or joints just feel creaky, I want you to do those leg lifts over here. and then do the side lunge only if your knees and back feel okay. And again, 10 of these on each side, and then we move on to the next exercise.
Next one?
Are you ready to get down on the ground?
I don't think so. I can get down, I just can't get back up again. That's been the big problem.
All right, so the last exercise
Should have worn
is
a
for
skirt.
the core.
Okay.
We're gonna hug the knees in, squeeze the inner thighs together, good. Slowly roll down, abs pull in. Pretend like someone's punching you in the stomach, good.
Yikes.
Hold this here for a modification. Step 2 is lifting the legs up and holding on underneath the legs. That's step 2. Step 3 is the full V-sit right here. What do you think?
Oh, that's fantastic. I love watching you all do that. Guns giving these people a hand, huh? Wow. And again, 10 reps?
10 reps, hold for 10 seconds, 10 times, and then move on to the next ab exercise.
And now, in the program, how often do we do this? Is it like every other day?
Yes, we're doing every other day strength training. We want to give our muscles time to recover. So you continue with the 20 minutes a day of walking, but in lieu of walking every other day, you can do this 20-minute strength training routine.
All right, Stephanie, thank you. And thank you, ladies.
Woo!
Really appreciate it. What a workout. Well, for more daily workout tips and motivation, be sure to head to today.com/start today. And while you're there, check out our November Start Today Walking Challenge. It's a 6-week program to help walk or run a 5K. Now, don't be intimidated. Believe me, if I can do it, you can do it. All you need to do is start today. Well, we want to thank you for joining us. I'm Al Roker, and we will see you next time. The hills are alive with the sights and smells and tastes. Come on, it's a food show. Now, nothing says autumn quite like apple. Whether it's a trip to an orchard like this, a warm slice of apple pie, or cheering with cider. But when did apples become the apple of America's eye? I left the Big Apple and I'm here in Massachusetts, where America's history with apples actually began. So today we are going to get to the core of how apples became a homegrown hero. How do you like them apples? Time to head out of Studio 1A and hit the road for a new kind of culinary adventure. Follow me as I taste some of the most iconic foods around the country and meet the families behind them. Together, we're going to learn how a good meal has the power to connect us to our past, our future, and each other. My family and I have been coming here to Hilltop Orchards in Massachusetts for the past 20 years. That's right. In fact, you'd be hard-pressed to find a better fall family activity than apple picking, and especially the apple cider donuts. And of course, what also pairs well with a trip to orchards? Cider. And they make a lot of it here at Hilltop. Oh, and did I mention the donuts? Meet David and Sarah Martell, high school sweethearts who reconnected in their 30s. Together, they run Hilltop Orchards.
We're definitely an apple orchard, but we're also a winery and a cidery, so we're a triple threat.
Today, David handles the operations of the orchard, cidery, and winery, with Sarah focusing on guest experience. The orchard's historic cider mill, where David played as a kid, was renovated in 1997. Now, they call it home.
I started coming to this orchard when I was about 6 years old. My father worked here then.
David left the Berkshires and worked in construction for several years. When he decided to return home, he really went back to his roots, taking a part-time job at Hilltop.
I've been in the orchard business for about 12 years now.
David's the third generation in his family to work on the 100-something-year-old orchard. Did you ever think that you would be running the orchard someday?
Nah, in a million years. I quickly fell in love with these apple trees and decided that's what I'm going to do. Diving in and learning about all of the different apples and the history of apples.
And that history is pretty sweet.
I like to think of myself as an apple nerd. My name is Amy Traverso, and I'm the senior food editor at Yankee Magazine and the author of the Apple Lovers Cookbook.
Crab apples are the only variety indigenous to North America. Sweet apples were introduced to America by early colonists in the 1600s.
Sweet apples have their origins in this area of western China, sort of the border between Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzstan, called the Tian Shan Mountain Range.
Those apple seeds came over with the Jamestown expedition, and trees were planted at Plymouth. But in the early days, colonists weren't making pies and tarts. Most apples grown in America at that time were more likely to be turned into cider than eaten.
Apples played a very important role when there was people coming from England. As they say on the boat, they would make hard cider because that cider would last, where water might spoil and someone would get sick.
This trend continued stateside. By 1775, 10% of all New England farms had a cider mill.
Today, I am at B.F. Clyde's Cider Mill in Old Mystic, Connecticut.
Meet Amy Harrison and her daughter, Sarah Monk, 5th and 6th generation owners of Clyde's.
We're the last original steam-powered cider mill in the United States. Back in, the 1800s, early 1900s, everybody had a cider mill that had a farm. We use the same press, it's the same mill, and not many people get to go to work and put their hands on a lever and say, you know what, my great-great-grandfather did this same thing back in 1898.
Cider was really important to early America because it was relatively easy to make. People had apples in abundance. Thomas Jefferson and John Adams famously loved it, drank it every day. Children drank it because it was low in alcohol, but it was often safer than water. Water could often be contaminated at that time.
These days, Americans don't drink as much cider as the founding fathers.
Two things happened to kind of bring the apple to its knees. We had immigration from Germany and Czechoslovakia, which were beer growing regions. Beer took over as the major American drink.
Another reason behind cider's decline?
Prohibition. Apples were very strongly associated with cider at the time. They were really seen as a source of alcohol.
My great-great-grandmother was arrested twice, never convicted, but arrested twice for bootlegging.
In the 1930s, Apple's sinful image was reborn as shipping methods improved. Sweet apples from Washington State could be transported all over the country, and the industry grew.
Apples then had to be remarketed as just a dessert thing, as something you bake with or eat fresh from your hand. And so apples, they went through this rebranding and emerged as this sort of innocent, sweet fruit that wasn't going to get you drunk or do anything naughty. It was just going to make a nice pie.
Now, even hard cider is making a comeback, due in large part to the craft beer boom in the late aughts.
Gluten's having a moment, so people are shying away from a lot of beers. Cider is fermented apples, and that's it. Where a lot of other beverages or mixed drinks or anything of that nature could have a lot of preservatives and different things added to them.
Today, Americans are drinking 10 times more cider than a decade ago, and that's meant big business for Hilltop.
Most of our guests are cider enthusiasts that are relatively new to the cider craze.
Hilltop making around 1,500 gallons daily, and I got a chance to give it a try, or a press.
They say time to make the donuts, it's time to make the cider.
So here's some gloves. I see you brought your boots.
Yeah, I did.
The process starts with freshly picked apples that are washed thoroughly. Next up, culling. As Benjamin Franklin once said, the rotten apple spoils his companion.
They're sorting through what's coming down the conveyor. This apple has some dings and bumps.
The good apples are sent to the grinding wheel.
And they will get ground up to an applesauce consistency.
Now it's my turn to prepare the ground apples for pressing.
So it's like an apple sludge diaper.
That's it.
Then the apples get pressed down to the last drop. That's 2,000 pounds of pressure per square inch. Up until this point, the process for sweet and hard cider is the same.
Excellent. And nobody got hurt.
Sweet cider would be bottled at this stage. For hard cider, the fermentation process begins.
So sweet cider becomes more popular once we can refrigerate apple juice to prevent it from fermenting.
In the mid-20th century, cider stands and apple picking became an American pastime, a tradition my family's enjoyed for more than 20 years each fall.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece of the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
You get one beautiful life to live. Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold. We have this circle of women that love each other. This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric. Love ya. I love you too.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts. Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
There's just something about apple picking that inspires my best dad jokes.
What apple sayings have you heard?
There's a lot of insider sayings.
Okay, I got one for you. Okay. They say the family that plays together stays together. The family that picks together sticks together.
There you go.
As far as my kids are concerned, my jokes are as much a part of our annual tradition as the apples themselves.
It's like, oh, Dad.
My family's been coming to Hilltop for more than 20 years, even before my two youngest were born.
I don't know if it's something about the season when apples ripen and it's starting to get cooler and you're thinking about like comforts of home and coziness. People have very intense emotional connections with apples.
Agritourism in the United States started becoming popular during the Industrial Revolution, when city dwellers looked to nature for recreation. Labor shortages during and after World War II saw farmers calling for volunteers to help pick crops. By the 1960s, enterprising farmers recognized America's love for apples. In the fall, the You Pick tradition became a profitable pastime at orchards all across the country.
Is there a right way and a wrong way to pick an apple?
Spoiler alert, there is a wrong way.
The problem with twisting and pulling the apple is that if it is not ripe, you're going to also get next year's apple.
Can you show me?
I can. So this is an apple that I know is not ready to pick yet.
Okay.
So if we were to lift up on this, if it was ripe, it would come free.
Right.
So it did not come free. Okay. Right next to it is some McIntosh apples.
Okay.
And if you go ahead and lift up on one at a kind of at an angle into the sky, it comes
Just
free.
like that.
So that means that it's ripe. Okay, and the other thing is, well, that's the worst thing you can do when you're picking an apple. So we treat these like eggs and we place them in the bucket.
Place them in the bucket.
There's sometimes little brown spots on them. That's from fingers.
Oh.
So the worst thing that you can do to somebody with a farm stand or a fruit grower is grab their apples and start squeezing them.
I do like the Honeycrisp.
Honeycrisp
Yeah.
it is.
I was Gala, but I've moved to the Honeycrisp.
With an empty nest, I thought this year's Roker family trip was going to look pretty different. But then I heard from my boy at college.
Nick was very adamant about, okay, are you going to come pick me up so I can go apple picking? Because I thought this will be the first year we don't have anybody to apple pick with.
Much to my delight, the family that picks together does stick together.
You get one beautiful life to live. Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold. We have this circle of women that love each other. This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric. Love ya. I love you too.
This is what it looks looks and feels.
the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. NBC News, streaming free now.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
You get one beautiful life to live. What are you going to do?
This show is so fun, but having you as a positive force means really the world to me.
Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold, okay?
We have this circle of women that love each other.
I decided I'm going to go with the rhythm of life.
And you love riding the wave.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Yeah.
I love you too.
I only have pies for you. American Pie is certainly an American icon. And in Southern California, one local family's pies have achieved all-American status. And this holiday season, they're gearing up to make over 50,000 of these each week.
I love apple pie. Every time I eat apple pie, I think, man, my mom just hit it out of the park.
I'm Dave Smothers.
I'm Tim Smothers, and our mother started the Julian Pie Company in 1986.
From a young age, Liz Smothers developed a passion and a knack for baking.
She often tells the story of standing on a milk crate next to her mom.
I was probably 4 or 5 years old. I would crawl up on a box and take the little leftover pieces of dough and put them in a jar lid. I would put the little apple in my jar lid and cover it, and she would bake it in the oven just along with hers, and I would eat it. I would say that if I had not had that experience, I would never be in the pie business.
In the early 80s, the Smothers family moved to Julian, California, a picturesque mountain town near San Diego.
Funds were tight, so my mom ended up taking odd jobs.
When we moved here, I had to go to work. The only place that a job was available was in a bakery. And I tell you, after I started working with pie making, that old love just came right back.
That love was mutual. Liz's pies were in high demand at the local bakeries where she worked, quickly gaining a loyal following.
She had built up a reputation. There were stories that they would go in and go, I want one of her pies, and point at my mom.
A historic gold mining town, Julian thrives thanks to agriculture, namely its award-winning apples.
Once we came out here to Julian, and she saw the opportunity, she just never looked back.
Wild horses couldn't have stopped me. Honestly, I was not thinking of how much money can I make. I just was dying to make a good pie like my mother made.
2 years after moving to Julian, Liz opened her own shop, the Julian Pie Company. She was 50 years old, proving it's never too late to embark on a dream.
My mom baked 120 pies, and she sold out the first day. It was a great grand opening.
In this shop, there's an apple pie for everyone.
It's the apple crunch with vanilla ice cream. It's not too sweet and it's really fresh.
This is the most amazing pie I have ever had in my life.
From cherry apple to apple rhubarb, today, Julian has 15 unique apple pie varieties in rotation.
Thank you so much.
The most popular seller is the Dutch apple. My mom's kind of joke was that's the pie that pays our rent.
Today, the busy bakers here make up to 10,000 pies a day. Pie production beginning around 3 a.m. It's no surprise that fall is their busiest season.
Thanksgiving's the Super Bowl, and Christmas is like another Super Bowl.
The pies are primarily made by hand, starting off with 4 ingredients.
Pie crust is just flour, water, shortening, salt.
That's it.
It's the way you handle the dough, so you get a nice short bread crust rather than a chewy crust.
The brothers say their mom had a gift for knowing just when to stop kneading to make it perfect.
If you don't get the dough right, you might as well not have the business. Miguel's worked with my mom. He knows exactly the precise measurements of how to do things. We add a few hundred pounds of flour, very ice cold water.
The twin arm mixer blends the dough.
That's what I think of as grandma's hand.
The 400-pound batch of dough heads to the extruder, where it's cut into individual portions.
So a 9.2-ounce puck falls into a pie shell, smashes the dough into a perfect shape, then they go into our freezers and we use them as needed.
Next up, assembling the pies. Apples are peeled, sliced, then spiced.
Cinnamon, sugar, and salt. This is all my mom's original recipe. There'll be a little bit of butter. Every time that dumps, I just get giddy. I'm like, yes, we hit it out of the park. So these pies have all been packed. They're nice and round, kind of like a mushroom. Patty's going to begin lifting, which is separating the crust from the pie tin. If you don't do this step right here, that pie will bubble over in the oven. My mom was a queen fluter.
The pies are brushed with an apple cider egg wash before baking. Then they're cooled, boxed, and ready to be shipped. Julien's pies are sold in hundreds of stores, including big grocery chains like Albertsons, as well as mom and pop shops throughout San Diego.
My name's Sierra Smothers. I'm Liz Smothers' granddaughter. I grew up baking pies with my grandma. This job was actually my first job in high school.
These days, Sierra pitches in wherever she's needed, including driving the delivery truck.
I said, Sierra, do you want to spend the day with your dad and help me deliver pies? And she, of course, jumped at the opportunity. So we had a whole day together delivering pies. Everybody loved it.
Julien now has 2 locations, employing almost 70 people. So many admire their company's founder.
It's the best part.
Everything I do is very, how would Liz want it done? Liz's perfectionism and attention to detail is really what's brought this company to the magnitude that it is. And if we don't carry that on, then what are we doing?
Liz passed away peacefully, surrounded by family in May. But her legacy lives on through the beloved recipes her family works hard to preserve.
I just hope that she's looking down and whatever that we do, we have her in our hearts and that she's proud.
Oh, this is where you get choked up. No, it's very special. I really miss her. She left a huge legacy with big shoes to fill.
As for the future of Julien, the Smothers continue to welcome customers old and new with open arms.
Come again, sweetie pie. That's my mom.
Coming up next, a North Carolina family is giving candy apples a glow up with their colorful and creative creations.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
You get one beautiful life to live. What are you going to do?
This show is so fun, but having you as a positive force means really the world to me.
Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold, okay?
We have this circle of women that love each other.
I decided I'm going to go with the rhythm of life.
And you love riding the wave.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Yeah.
I love you too.
NBC News, streaming free now.
This is what it looks and feels
the storm zone.
The bigger piece of the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
How do you make apples even sweeter? Well, you dip them in candy, of course. Candy apples have long been associated with boardwalks and state fairs, but there's one entrepreneur in North Carolina who's taking this traditional treat to a whole new level with a colorful twist on the classic coating.
My name is Kim Battle, and this is my husband Travis Battle, and we are the owners of Candy Apples by Kay.
Thank y'all.
I would describe Candy Apples by Kay as the world's first hard candy apple shop. We specialize in the hard candy apple that started out with the traditional carnival treat, and then we've expanded that to different colors, different flavors.
According to most historians, American-style candy apples were invented in New Jersey in the early 1900s. They're known for that signature cinnamon-flavored red shell, until now.
I like the tropical punch.
My favorite flavor is turtle.
I would certainly say that the variety makes them special.
For Kim and Travis, this treat has an especially sweet history.
Candy apples have always been a favorite. My husband used to bring them to me when we were dating. And when I threw his surprise 40th birthday party, I wanted him to have gold candy apples as a favor. We found someone to make them, and then she encouraged me, you know, you can make these yourself. You could do this yourself.
Wanting to enjoy candy apples year-round, Kim began developing unique candy recipes at home. Her kids, her first taste testers.
Eventually, it picked up, and neighbors and friends would say, oh, I would buy some from you if you have some. And I thought, let me start an Instagram page and see how many people are interested in candy apples. At this point, I'm working full-time still as an accountant, and on the weekends, I would start doing markets to offer these candy apples.
When Kim got laid off, she saw an opportunity to pursue her dream full-time.
There's never been a storefront that just focused on candy apples, and you love going in a cupcake shop and you're like, ooh, all the flavors and the beauty of having the case displayed of all these treats. And I thought that would be so yum to have the same thing but just in candy apples.
Candy Apples by Kay officially opened in April 2019. A line of eager patrons stretched down the sidewalk on opening day.
Any dream of hers, I'm definitely going to support it. It's going to become my dream as well. So we took off with it.
Today, Kim and her team make over 40 different flavors and rotate their offerings each week. The process starts, of course, with fresh apples that Travis picks up from local farmers markets each weekend.
Those are pretty.
In our opinion, the Granny Smith apple is the best apple to use. That tart, hard, crisp apple is perfect against sweet candy.
The apples are washed thoroughly in vinegar and hot water to remove that waxy coating.
And it creates a smooth surface for the candy to be applied to. In the candy apple world, this is a dirty apple and this is a clean apple.
The apples need to dry for 24 hours or else the candy coating won't stick properly.
Again, this might just be my opinion, but the more I've dipped, I feel like covering the apple all the way to the stick is ideal for presentation.
Kim's candy starts with a base of sugar, corn syrup, and water heated to 300 degrees. Then flavor extracts are added. She's experimented with dozens over the years, including blue raspberry, sour watermelon, and pina colada. And while we couldn't get her to divulge exactly how she gets those eye-popping colors, Kim did reveal one secret.
Making sure that you're using bright colors and that your candy is not transparent would also be a key to making sure that you have a beautiful apple.
Many apples get a little extra love with candy pieces or nuts. The store now offering a variety of dipped treats, including candied grapes and chocolate dipped fruit. But the classics are always on standby.
Our family favorites are definitely still the carnival. The turtle, which is caramel, milk chocolate, and pecans, is also a huge favorite. It's one that we can slice and share with everyone.
And they really do mean everyone.
We have 5 kids ranging ages 2 to 22. They all contribute something different even to the family business, and they're very familiar with candy apples. They're so used to seeing them that I think the 5-year-old's first word was apple.
It was apple.
Elena, the couple's oldest, works at the shop. She also handles their social media to help boost business.
This is carrot cake.
I feel it's really brought her out of her shell. I mean, she was an introvert and very quiet, but this has really blossomed her into being a lot more outgoing and engaging in conversation with customers.
The younger kids continue to taste test
while Travis pitches in where needed.
He works full time, but still in the evenings at night, he's washing apples, he's stocking the store, he's getting all our supplies. I think often, like, I don't think I could have done this with anybody else but him.
Kim owing a large part of her success to a generation that came before.
Our moms played a huge role as well. Travis's mom was so precise in developing a process, and a lot of the ways that we dip and a lot of our little tricks and secrets came from her. And then my mom working the store, she was actually washing apples as well.
She's grateful they were able to enjoy her success early on.
Last April, my mother-in-law passed away, and after losing her, that was very traumatic and hurtful for our family. She was the matriarch of the family, and so 2 weeks later, my mom passed, and we weren't expecting that of, either situation. We are definitely keeping them a daily part of our lives, remembering everything that they've taught us and instilled in us, knowing how tickled they were about how far the business had come. I don't think there's a day that goes by that we don't talk about them or think about them. A lot of times when we're doing things, we can kind of feel their peaceful spirit with us and encouraging us and pushing us. And without that, I don't know that we could continue,
And just like their mothers, Kim and Travis are passing down many lessons to their children.
I believe some of the things that the kids have learned by watching Kim run the business is resilience, patience, love and passion. A great job managing both.
Apples are a true American icon. At their core, they're a shining example of innovation and versatility, and their place in U.S. history is one of patriotism and pride. But most of all, they foster a sense of togetherness.
Good Friday morning, guys. We're learning a lot more about those shocking murders in Idaho.
Yeah, the new revelations and the many questions still to be answered. Good morning. It is January 6th, and this is Today. Inside the case, court documents revealing chilling details about the night 4 college students were stabbed to death in their own apartment. One survivor